Welcome to What If Sleepstorian, where What If whispers timeless tales into dreams. Breathe deeply, let your mind soften, and drift into tonight's gentle story. What if shadows themselves held memories in a fog-wrapped city, where brilliant minds encountered mysteries that dwelt between the world of reason and the realm of whispers? So dim the lights, find your most comfortable position, and let these whispered narratives carry you softly towards sleep. The fog rolled through London like a living thing, soft and grey and patient, wrapping itself around the gas lamps until their yellow glow became halos of misted light. In the quieter quarters of the great city, where the cobblestone still held the warmth of afternoon despite the creeping evening chill, the mist seemed to pause, to linger, as if it too found comfort in the familiar corners of Baker Street. Number 2, 21B stood as it always had, its windows glowing amber against the gathering dusk, the familiar silhouette of its Georgian facade both welcoming and watchful. The building breathed with the rhythm of old wood settling, of fires crackling in hearths, of lives lived fully within its protective walls. But tonight, as the fog pressed closer against the window panes, something stirred within those familiar rooms that had not stirred for many years. Dr. John Watson sat in his favoured armchair, the leather worn soft from countless evenings spent in contemplation. His medical bag rested beside him, as it always did, ready for the next call to duty, though the day's rounds had been mercifully quiet. The fire in the grate cast dancing shadows across the Persian carpet, and Watson found himself watching those shadows with unusual attention, noting how they seemed to move with a life of their own, independent of the flames that birthed them. Across from him, Sherlock Holmes stood by the window, his tall frame silhouetted against the fog-diffused light of the street below. His long fingers pressed against the glass, and Watson could see the faint condensation of his breath creating small clouds that bloomed and faded with each quiet exhalation. There was something different about Holmes tonight, though Watson could not quite place what it was. Perhaps it was the unusual stillness of his posture, or the way his sharp eyes seemed to be searching not the street below, but something far more elusive. "The fog is uncommonly thick tonight," Watson observed, his voice carrying the comfortable cadence of old friendship. The words hung in the air between them, joining the subtle symphony of sounds that filled their shared space. The gentle hiss of the gas lamps, the distant clip-clop of a late hansom cab navigating the misted streets, the almost imperceptible whisper of settling wood. Holmes turned from the window, and in the firelight his aquiline features appeared sharper than usual, as if carved from shadow itself. "Indeed, Watson, but fog is merely water vapour suspended in air. It explains the reduced visibility, the muffled sounds." He paused, his grey eyes reflecting the amber glow of the room. "It does not, however, explain the distinct sensation that we are being observed." The words settled into the room like stones dropping into still water, creating ripples of unease that Watson felt rather than heard. He set down his evening paper, the rustling of the pages unnaturally loud in the sudden quiet that followed Holmes's observation. Observed? By whom? Holmes moved away from the window with that peculiar grace he possessed, his footsteps silent on the carpet despite his considerable height. He paused before the fireplace, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed on the dancing flames. "That, my dear fellow, is precisely what I cannot determine. For the past 3 evenings I have felt the unmistakable weight of scrutiny. Yet, when I search for its source—" He gestured toward the window with one pale hand. Nothing. No movement in the buildings opposite, no figure lurking in doorways, no eyes peering from the fog itself. Watson rose from his chair, drawn by his friend's unusual demeanour. In all their years of shared lodgings and shared adventures, he had rarely seen Holmes express uncertainty with such quiet intensity. The detective was a man who dealt in facts, in evidence, in the tangible threads that wove together to create the tapestry of truth. To hear him speak of feelings, of sensations that could not be measured or catalogued, was both fascinating and faintly troubling. "Perhaps it is merely the season," Watson suggested, though even as he spoke he felt the inadequacy of his words. These October nights, With their early darkness and persistent mist, they can play tricks on the mind. Holmes smiled then, but it was a smile touched with something Watson had never seen before. Not doubt exactly, but a kind of gentle acknowledgement of mystery that defied his usual methods of investigation. "You may be correct, Watson, yet I have lived through many Octobers in these rooms, and never before has the very air seemed so—" He paused, searching for the right word. Expectant. As if summoned by Holmes's observation, a sound drifted through the apartment that made both men freeze. It was barely audible, no more than a whisper of movement, like fabric brushing against wood, or perhaps the softest of footsteps on carpet. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, from the walls themselves carrying with it the faintest scent of lavender and old roses, flowers that had not bloomed in their rooms for as long as either man could remember. Watson felt the hair on his arms rise, though the fire burned warm and steady beside them. "Holmes," he said quietly, his physician's training keeping his voice level despite the peculiar flutter of his pulse. "Did you hear that?" Holmes had already moved toward the sound, his head tilted in that characteristic pose of intense listening. His eyes swept the room methodically, taking in every corner, every shadow, every possibility. "I heard it," he confirmed, his voice carrying the calm precision that Watson had come to associate with his friend's greatest moments of deduction. A sound, certainly, but created by what agency and for what purpose? The whisper came again, and this time it was clearer, more distinct. It seemed to emanate from the direction of Holmes's bedroom, carrying with it not just the scent of flowers, but something else, something that spoke of years long past, of memories held in the very fibres of the building itself. It was not quite a voice, not quite music, but something between the two, like a lullaby half remembered from childhood. Holmes moved toward his bedroom door with the measured gait of a man approaching a crime scene, his senses alert to every nuance of sight and sound. Watson followed, his hand instinctively checking for his service revolver, though what protection a weapon might offer against whispers and the scent of phantom flowers, he could not say. The bedroom lay in shadow, illuminated only by the soft glow that spilled from the sitting room behind them. Holmes's bed stood neat and undisturbed, his few personal possessions arranged with the same methodical precision he brought to his work. Yet something was different. The air itself seemed thicker here, charged with a presence that made the small hairs on the back of Watson's neck stand on end. Holmes stepped into the room, and immediately both men noticed it. The temperature had dropped perceptibly, their breath becoming visible in small puffs of vapour, despite the warmth of the building's heating system. The cold was not merely physical, it carried with it an emotional weight, a sense of profound sadness that seemed to seep through their clothes and into their very bones. "Most remarkable," Holmes murmured, though his voice carried none of his usual satisfaction at encountering a puzzle. Instead, there was something almost reverential in his tone, as if he were standing in a place of great solemnity. The localized temperature differential suggests... He paused, his analytical mind clearly struggling with phenomena that defied rational explanation. It suggests something beyond the scope of conventional science. Watson moved to stand beside his friend, and together they surveyed the room that had become suddenly foreign, suddenly charged with mystery. The shadows seemed deeper here, more substantial, as if they possessed weight and presence of their own. And within those shadows both men became aware of something that made them catch their breath in simultaneous wonder and unease. There, beside the window, stood the translucent outline of a figure. It was a woman, though her form flickered and wavered like candlelight disturbed by the gentlest of breezes. Her dress appeared to be of an earlier era, perhaps 30 or 40 years past, with the high collar and flowing skirts that had been fashionable in the middle years of the century. Her face was pale and beautiful, marked by an expression of infinite sadness, and her eyes held depths of sorrow that seemed to encompass decades of grief. She turned toward them with movements that seemed to occur outside the normal flow of time, as if each gesture was separated from the next by spaces of eternity. When her gaze met theirs, Watson felt a chill that had nothing to do with the supernatural cold that filled the room. It was the chill of recognition, though he knew with certainty that he had never seen this woman before, in life or in any other state. Holmes stepped forward, not with the aggressive curiosity that usually marked his investigations, but with the careful respect one might show to a stranger in distress. "Madam," he said softly, his voice carrying a gentleness that Watson had rarely heard from his analytical friend. "We mean you no harm. If you have some business in these rooms, some message you wish to convey." The figure's lips moved, though no sound emerged that either man could hear with their ears, yet somehow in the deepest part of their consciousness they both became aware of words, spoken in a voice like wind through autumn leaves. "He is coming. He must be stopped. The children, the innocent children." And then she was gone, vanishing so completely that both men might have doubted her presence entirely, were it not for the lingering scent of lavender and roses, and the profound silence that followed her disappearance, a silence so complete it seemed to ring in their ears like the aftermath of thunder. Watson sank into the chair beside Holmes's writing desk, his medical training warring with what his eyes had unmistakably witnessed. "Holmes," he said finally, his voice barely above a whisper, "what just occurred defies every principle of natural philosophy I have ever studied." Holmes remained standing by the window where the apparition had appeared, his keen eyes examining the space as if he might discover some residual trace of her presence. "Indeed, Watson, yet the evidence of our senses cannot be discounted simply because it challenges our preconceptions about the nature of reality." He turned from the window, and Watson was struck by the change in his friend's demeanour. The fierce intellectual pride that usually marked Holmes's approach to mysteries had been replaced by something more humble, more open to possibilities beyond the purely rational. "The question before us," Holmes continued, moving back toward the sitting room, "is not whether what we witnessed was genuine. Clearly, it was a shared experience with consistent details. The question is what it signifies. What purpose brought that troubled spirit to manifest in our presence?" They returned to their chairs by the fire, though both men found it difficult to settle into their usual comfortable routine. The warmth that had made their lodging so welcoming now seemed insufficient against the chill that had settled into their bones. Watson poured himself a measure of whisky from the decanter on the side table, and after a moment's consideration poured another for Holmes. "Her words," Watson said, accepting the glass with a slight nod of thanks, "spoke of children in danger, and someone, he, who must be stopped. Do you suppose this refers to some present threat, or are we witnessing echoes of tragedies long past?" Holmes settled into his chair, but his posture remained alert, ready to spring into action at the slightest sound. The temporal nature of spectral manifestations is, I confess, outside my usual area of expertise, he admitted with a rueful smile. However, her urgency suggests a matter of immediate concern rather than historical reflection. As if summoned by their discussion, another sound drifted through the apartment, this time from above, from the rooms that Holmes knew to be unoccupied. It was the sound of footsteps, slow and measured, pacing back and forth across the floorboards with the rhythm of someone deep in agitated thought. The footsteps paused directly over their sitting room, and both men found themselves looking upward, as if they might pierce the ceiling with their gaze. "Mrs. Hudson mentioned no new tenants," Watson observed, though his voice lacked conviction. They had both lived in the building long enough to know the sounds of their neighbours, and these footsteps belonged to no one they recognised. Holmes rose from his chair with fluid grace, his decision made in the space of a heartbeat. "Then we must investigate. If there is indeed someone in those rooms, they may be connected to our mysterious visitor. And if there is not—" He paused, a slight smile playing about his lips. "Well, then we shall have learned something equally valuable about the nature of the phenomena we are experiencing." The corridor outside their apartment lay in deep shadow, illuminated only by the single gas lamp at the head of the stairs. The familiar surroundings seemed subtly altered in the dim light, as if the building itself had shifted during their strange encounter. Holmes produced a small oil lamp from the hall table, adjusting the wick until it cast a steady golden glow that pushed back the encroaching darkness. The stairs to the upper floor creaked softly under their weight, each step accompanied by the faint groan of wood that had supported countless climbers over the decades. The sound of their ascent seemed unnaturally loud in the quiet building, yet when they paused to listen, the footsteps above continued their steady pacing, apparently unaffected by their approach. The door to the upper apartment stood slightly ajar, though Holmes was certain he had seen Mrs. Hudson lock it securely just days before. A thin line of light seeped through the gap, not the warm yellow glow of gas or oil, but something cooler, more ethereal, like moonlight distilled into liquid form. Holmes pushed the door open with gentle pressure, and immediately both men were struck by the scene that met their eyes. The rooms were furnished, but not with the practical pieces that had been there during their last visit. Instead, the space was filled with the delicate furniture of an earlier era. A writing desk of polished mahogany, chairs upholstered in faded brocade, a small pianoforte whose ivory keys gleamed in the strange light that seemed to emanate from the very air. But it was not the furniture that captured their attention. It was the figure seated at the writing desk. He was a man of perhaps 50 years, his dark hair streaked with premature silver, his face bearing the kind of austere handsomeness that spoke of education and refinement. He wore the clothing of a gentleman from 3 decades past, and his entire being possessed the same translucent quality they had observed in the woman below. Yet where her presence had been marked by sadness and urgency, his radiated a cold satisfaction that made Watson's blood run chill. The figure looked up from his writing as they entered, and his smile was a thing of terrible beauty, charming, intelligent, and utterly without warmth. When he spoke, his voice carried the cultured accents of the upper classes, but underneath the polished tones lay something that made both men step instinctively closer together. "Ah, visitors," he said, setting down his pen with deliberate precision. "How delightful! I so rarely receive callers these days." His gaze moved from Holmes to Watson and back again, assessing them with the cool calculation of a predator evaluating potential prey. "Though I must say, you seem remarkably solid for this hour of the evening. Most of my guests are considerably more translucent." Holmes stepped forward, his analytical nature overriding his natural caution. "Sir, we are residents of this building, and we have cause to believe that your presence here may be connected to certain unusual occurrences in our apartments below." The figure's smile widened, revealing teeth that seemed too white, too perfect. "Unusual occurrences? How wonderfully euphemistic. I suppose you mean my dear Sarah's persistent attempts to interfere with my work?" He gestured toward the papers on his desk, and Watson caught a glimpse of handwriting that seemed to shift and writhe even as he looked at it. She never could accept that some knowledge is worth any price, that some pursuits justify any sacrifice. "Sarah?" Watson asked, though something deep in his chest told him he already knew the answer. "My beloved wife," the figure replied, though the word beloved carried undertones that made it sound more like a curse. She had such a tender heart, so concerned with the welfare of others. It was ultimately her greatest weakness. He stood from the desk, and his form seemed to solidify slightly, becoming more present, more threatening. She could never understand that progress requires materials, that certain studies demand subjects who cannot give their consent. The temperature in the room plummeted, and frost began to form on the windows despite the mild October night outside. Both Holmes and Watson felt the chill penetrate their clothing, their skin settling into their bones with the weight of absolute cold. But worse than the physical discomfort was the growing understanding of what they were encountering. Not merely a spirit, but the lingering essence of something that had been monstrous in life. "The children," Holmes said quietly, his brilliant mind assembling the pieces of the puzzle with horrifying clarity. "You experimented on children." The figure's smile became something truly terrible. "I studied them," he corrected with scholarly precision. "The nature of fear, the the physiology of terror, the exact point at which the human spirit separates from its corporeal shell. Such valuable research, and all of it conducted in the privacy of these very rooms. He gestured around the ghostly apartment with evident pride, until dear Sarah discovered my work and, in her misguided compassion, attempted to end it. Watson felt his medical oath burning in his chest like a physical pain. Everything this creature described was anathema to his calling, to his very nature as a healer. "You murdered children," he said, his voice steady despite the rage building within him. "In the name of knowledge, you tortured and killed innocent victims." "I advanced the boundaries of human understanding," the figure replied with scholarly detachment. "The children were merely the tools of that advancement. Sarah could never comprehend the greater good that was served by individual sacrifice." His expression grew contemplative, though I must admit her interference did lead to a most interesting conclusion to my research. When she attempted to poison my evening tea, such a domestic method of execution, I was afforded the opportunity to observe the transition from her, perspective as well as my own. The room grew colder still, and now both men could see their breath forming clouds of vapour with each exhalation. But the cold was not merely physical. It carried with it the weight of profound evil, of acts so heinous that they had left an indelible stain upon the very fabric of reality. Holmes stepped forward, not with aggression, but with the calm authority of a man accustomed to confronting the worst aspects of human nature. "And now you find yourself bound to this place, unable to move on to whatever judgment awaits you." The figure's smile faltered for the first time, revealing something like uncertainty beneath his polished confidence. "Bound, yes, but not inactive. The barriers between the worlds grow thin in certain seasons, in certain conditions, and when they do, I find I can reach out, can influence, can continue my work in new and fascinating ways." Watson felt a chill that had nothing to do with the supernatural cold filling the room. "What do you mean?" "The children of this generation are so much more trusting than those of my era," the figure replied, his terrible smile returning. "And the methods of reaching them are so much more sophisticated. A word whispered in the right ear, a suggestion planted in a susceptible mind, and suddenly new subjects presented themselves for study. The research continues, though the methodology has evolved." Holmes and Watson exchanged a look of shared understanding and determination. Whatever this creature had been in life, whatever power it retained in death, it represented a clear and present danger to the innocent. The woman's warning, Sarah's warning, had been correct. He had to be stopped. But how did one stop something that was already dead, that existed in a state between the physical and the ethereal? Holmes's rational mind raced through possibilities, while Watson's more intuitive nature simply prepared for action, though what form that action might take remained unclear. The figure must have sensed their resolve, for his demeanour shifted suddenly from scholarly amusement to something far more predatory. The air around him began to shimmer with a heat that contrasted starkly with the freezing temperature of the room, and his form solidified until he appeared as real and present as either of the living men who faced him. "You think it will interfere with my work," he said, his cultured voice taking on harmonics that resonated strangely in their ears. "How admirable, how futile. You are but flesh and blood, bound by the limitations of your corporeal existence. I am beyond such constraints now, free to pursue knowledge in ways that living men cannot even imagine." He raised his hand, and both Holmes and Watson felt an invisible force seize them, lifting them slightly off their feet and holding them suspended in the frigid air. The sensation was indescribable, like being gripped by hands of ice and shadow, hands that seemed to reach not just around their bodies but into their very souls. "Perhaps you would care to participate in my current study," the figure continued conversationally, as if he were inviting them to tea rather than threatening their lives. "The effects of prolonged terror on the rational mind, the point at which even the most logical of men abandons reason in favour of pure survival instinct. Mr. Holmes, your reputation for analytical thinking makes you a particularly intriguing subject." Holmes struggled against the invisible bonds that held him, not with panic, but with the methodical determination he brought to all challenges. His mind raced through everything he knew about the supernatural, about the ways in which the living and the dead might interact. There had to be something, some principle or rule that would give them leverage against this creature. And then, cutting through the supernatural cold and the weight of malevolent presence, came the sound they had heard before, the whisper of fabric against wood, the soft footsteps of someone approaching with gentle urgency. The scent of lavender and roses bloomed in the frigid air, and the temperature of the room began to moderate slightly. The figure holding them captive hissed like a snake disturbed in its coil. "Sarah," he said, her name dripping with centuries of accumulated venom. "My eternal companion, my persistent burden, still trying to undo what cannot be undone." She materialized between her husband and the two living men, her translucent form interposing itself like a shield against his malevolent power. Where she stood, the air grew warmer. The oppressive weight of evil seemed to lift slightly, and Holmes and Watson found themselves lowered gently back to the floor. Sarah turned to face them, and they could see that her beautiful features were marked by infinite sadness, but also by an implacable determination. When she spoke, her voice seemed to come from everywhere at once, carrying with it the weight of decades of grief and guilt. "He speaks truth about his continued influence," she said, her words rustling through the room like wind through dying leaves. "Though his body perished with mine those 30 years past, his spirit remains bound to this place, and through this place he reaches out to corrupt and destroy. The children who have gone missing in this neighbourhood, the ones whose disappearances the police cannot explain." Her voice caught with emotion that transcended death itself. "They are his doing, drawn by whispers only they can hear to fate too terrible to contemplate." Holmes felt the familiar thrill of understanding, the moment when disparate pieces of information suddenly assembled themselves into a coherent pattern. The missing children from Marylebone, the unexplained disappearances that have puzzled Scotland Yard for months. You're saying this creature is responsible? "I have tried to warn, to interfere, to break his influence where I could," Sarah continued, her form flickering with the intensity of her emotion. "But my power is limited, bound by love and sorrow rather than driven by malice and hunger. I can protect sometimes, but I cannot truly stop him. That task requires the intervention of the living." The male figure laughed, a sound like breaking glass in winter air. "How touching. My devoted wife, still trying to thwart my work after all these years, still believing that her weak compassion can overcome the power of true knowledge." He began to advance on them, his form growing more solid and threatening with each step. "But she has made one crucial error. She has provided me with new subjects whose understanding of the world's hidden truths will make their terror all the more exquisite." Watson felt his military training assert itself, overriding the supernatural fear that threatened to paralyze his limbs. He might not understand the metaphysical rules that governed this confrontation, but he understood courage, sacrifice, and the protection of the innocent. "What must be done?" he asked Sarah, his voice steady despite the circumstances. "How can we stop him permanently?" Sarah's form grew brighter, more substantial, as if his willingness to act was somehow lending her strength. "His essence is bound to this place by the objects of his work, the instruments he used in his terrible experiments. They are hidden still somewhere within these walls, drawing him back and anchoring his spirit to the physical world. If they could be found and destroyed." "The fire," Holmes said suddenly, his analytical mind seizing on the solution with characteristic swiftness. "If we could locate these artifacts and expose them to flame, the binding would be broken." "Clever," the malevolent figure admitted, though his tone held no admiration. "But futile. Do you think I would leave such items where they might be easily discovered? They are protected, hidden, warded by 30 years of accumulated malice. You would die in the attempt to find them, and your deaths would only add to my power." But even as he spoke, Sarah moved toward the far wall of the room, her ethereal form passing through furniture and shadow with equal ease. She gestured toward what appeared to be a solid section of plaster and timber. "Behind the wall," she whispered urgently. "He built a hidden chamber where he kept his instruments, his records, his trophies. The entrance is concealed, but it remains." Holmes immediately began examining the wall she had indicated, his practiced eye searching for signs of construction, for the telltale marks that would indicate a hidden passage. His fingers traced the surface of the plaster, feeling for variations in texture or density that might reveal the opening mechanism. "You will find nothing," the creature said with confident malice. "The secret dies with me, and I am beyond your reach." But Holmes had spent years studying the hidden places where criminals concealed their secrets, and his examination of the wall was guided by decades of experience in uncovering the concealed and the forbidden. His fingers had found a section of moulding that sat slightly proud of the surrounding woodwork, and when he pressed it, a section of the wall swung silently inward, revealing a narrow chamber beyond. The space that was revealed made both men recoil in horror and disgust. The chamber was small, no larger than a closet, but its contents spoke of years of systematic torture and murder. Shelves lined the walls, bearing instruments of precision and pain, scalpels and bone saws, restraints designed for small limbs, notebooks filled with observations recorded in the same handwriting they had seen on the desk. But most horrible of all were the items on the higher shelf, small personal effects that had once belonged to children. A wooden toy soldier, its paint worn away by loving hands. A small ribbon, once bright blue but now faded to grey. A child's shoe, so tiny it might have fit a toddler. Each item represented a life cut short, a future destroyed in the name of monstrous curiosity. Watson, his medical training warring with his human revulsion, stepped into the chamber and began gathering the artifacts. "These must be destroyed," he said, his voice tight with controlled emotion. "Every trace of his work must be eliminated." The creature let out a howl of rage that seemed to shake the very foundations of the building. "You dare defile my life's work? You ignorant fools, you cannot comprehend the significance of what you seek to destroy." But his protests grew weaker as Watson carried the artifacts back into the main room, where Holmes was already preparing a fire in the small grate. Sarah moved to help them, her ethereal hands somehow able to grasp and move the objects of her husband's evil work. As each item was placed in the growing flames, her form seemed to grow brighter, more substantial, while her husband's presence began to fade. "The notebooks," Holmes said urgently, feeding the pages to the fire one by one. "The records of his experiments must not be allowed to survive, to inspire others to similar atrocities." The creature made one last desperate attempt to stop them, lunging forward with supernatural speed and fury. But his form passed through them harmlessly now, his power broken by the destruction of the anchors that had bound him to the physical world. His howl of frustrated rage echoed through the room, growing fainter with each passing moment. "This is not the end," he called out, as his form began to dissolve like mist in morning sunlight. "Knowledge cannot be destroyed, only delayed. Others will take up my work, will push beyond the boundaries of conventional morality to achieve true understanding." But Sarah was there to meet him as his essence finally began to fade, her own form solid and radiant in the firelight. "No," she said with quiet finality, "your time is over. The children you harmed have found peace, and those you would have harmed are protected now. Go to whatever judgment awaits you, and trouble this world no more." The malevolent presence that had filled the room dissipated like smoke, leaving behind only the scent of burned paper and the profound silence of a wrong finally set right. Sarah turned to Holmes and Watson, her face radiant with gratitude and relief. "Thank you," she said, her voice barely a whisper now. "For 30 years I've fought to contain his influence, to protect the innocent from his reach. You have given me the peace I could never find alone." She began to fade as well, but slowly, gently, like a sunset over calm water. "The children are safe now. The missing will be found, alive and unharmed, with no memory of their ordeal. And the dead," her voice grew softer still, "the dead are finally at rest." And then she too was gone, leaving Holmes and Watson alone in the empty apartment with the dying fire, and the profound sense of a burden lifted from the world. They descended the stairs in contemplative silence, each man processing the events of the evening in his own way. When they reached their own sitting room, still warm and welcoming despite all that had transpired, Watson poured fresh glasses of whisky, and they settled into their familiar chairs. "The rational mind rebels against what we have witnessed tonight," Holmes said finally, staring into the depths of his glass. "Yet the evidence of our senses cannot be denied. We have encountered something that exists beyond the boundaries of conventional science." Watson nodded slowly. And yet, in the end, the solution was entirely practical. Evil had to be confronted regardless of its nature or origin. The innocent had to be protected. The methods may have been unusual, but the principles were as old as humanity itself. Holmes smiled, and for the first time in hours his expression held its familiar warmth. "Indeed, Watson. Perhaps that is the true lesson of this evening, that while the forms evil may take are beyond our comprehension, our obligation to oppose it remains constant." Outside their windows the fog was beginning to lift, revealing the familiar gas-lit streets of their beloved London. The city settled into its nighttime rhythm of distant sounds and gentle movements, no longer charged with the supernatural tension that had marked the early evening. In apartments and houses throughout the neighbourhood, children slept safely in their beds, protected now from threats they would never know they had faced. Mrs. Hudson appeared at their door the following morning with her usual cheerful demeanour and a breakfast tray laden with fresh bread and jam. She made no mention of unusual sounds in the night, no reference to the empty apartment upstairs that had stood vacant for 3 decades. Some secrets, Holmes and Watson realised, were meant to be kept by those who had witnessed them, shared only between friends who had faced the impossible together. The mystery of the missing children of Marylebone was resolved within days, as Sarah had promised. They were found safe and unharmed, with no memory of where they had been or what had befallen them. The official records would list their recovery as an unexplained but fortunate conclusion to a troubling case. Only Holmes and Watson knew the true story behind their salvation. In the weeks that followed, 221B Baker Street settled back into its familiar rhythms of domestic comfort and professional intrigue. Holmes returned to his cases of theft and fraud, of adultery and embezzlement, crimes that were entirely human in origin and solution. Watson resumed his medical practice, tending to patients whose ailments could be diagnosed and treated with conventional methods. But sometimes, in the quiet evening hours when the fog rolled in from the Thames and the gas lamps created halos of misted light in the darkness, both men would pause in their reading or their conversation, listening to the gentle sounds of their homes settling around them. They would think of Sarah and of the terrible burden she'd carried for 3 decades, and of the peace that had finally come to her troubled spirit, and sometimes, carried on the evening breeze or the whisper of settling wood, they would catch the faintest scent of lavender and roses, not mournful now, but peaceful, like flowers blooming in a well-tended garden. It was Sarah's way, they came to understand, of letting them know that all was well, that the innocent slept safely, and that love and compassion had triumphed over the forces of darkness. The fog would roll through London like a living thing, soft and grey and patient, wrapping itself around the gas lamps and the familiar corners of Baker Street. But now it carried with it not mystery and menace, but the gentle promise of rest, of dreams undisturbed by supernatural terror, of a world made safer by the courage of those willing to stand against the darkness. In his private journal, Watson would later write, "Of all the cases that Holmes and I have shared, none has challenged my understanding of reality more profoundly than the affair of the ghost of 221B Baker Street. Yet in facing the supernatural, we discovered that the principles we live by, courage, compassion, the protection of the innocent, are not merely human constructs but fundamental forces that transcend the boundaries between life and death. Evil, in whatever form it takes, must be opposed. Justice, whether achieved in this world or the next, must be served. And love, the greatest force of all, endures beyond the grave itself." Holmes, for his part, would never speak publicly of their supernatural encounter. But those who knew him well noticed a subtle change in his demeanour. a greater openness to possibilities beyond the purely rational, a deeper understanding that the world contained mysteries that could not be solved through logic alone but required wisdom, courage, and above all compassion. The seasons turned as seasons do, autumn giving way to winter, winter yielding to spring, and with each passing month, the memory of that strange October night became both more distant and more precious. The building at 221B Baker Street continued to house its familiar residents, but now it held something more, a sense of peace that seemed to emanate from its very walls, a feeling that those who dwelt within were protected by more than mere locks and sturdy doors. Mrs. Hudson, though she never spoke of it directly, seemed to sense the change in her building's atmosphere. She moved through her daily tasks with a lighter step, hummed old melodies as she climbed the stairs, and spoke with genuine warmth of the feeling of home that seemed to permeate every corner of the structure. When asked by prospective tenants about the building's history, she would simply smile and say that it was a place where good always triumphed over evil, where love conquered hate, and where the innocent were always protected. The upper apartment, which had stood empty for so long, was eventually rented to a young family, a mathematics professor from Oxford, his wife who painted watercolours of London's gardens, and their twin daughters who filled the once haunted rooms with laughter and the sound of small feet running across wooden floors. The children, perhaps 5 or 6 years old, would sometimes tell their parents about the nice lady who visited their room at night, who smelled like flowers and sang them gentle lullabies when storms made the windows rattle. Their parents, being modern and rational people, attributed these stories to the vivid imaginations of children adjusting to a new home. But Holmes and Watson, when they heard these tales from Mrs. Hudson over tea, exchanged knowing glances and smiled. Sarah had found her peace, but more than that, she had found her purpose, not as a guardian tormented by past failures, but as a protector watching over the young lives that filled her former home with joy. Watson found himself taking different routes through London in his daily rounds, paths that led him past schoolyards and parks where children played under the watchful eyes of their caregivers. He would pause sometimes, listening to their laughter, watching their innocent games, and feel a profound sense of satisfaction, knowing that these young lives were safe from the predator who had once stalked the shadows of their neighbourhood. Holmes, meanwhile, noticed that his cases seemed to flow more smoothly, that witnesses were more forthcoming, that the threads of evidence wove themselves together with unusual clarity. It was as if the very act of confronting supernatural evil had somehow aligned him more perfectly with the forces of justice, making him a more effective instrument of truth and righteousness. But perhaps the most significant change was in their evening routine, where once they had sat by their fire in comfortable companionship, now they found themselves drawn into deeper conversations about the nature of existence, about the responsibilities that came with knowledge, about the ways in which love and compassion could transcend even death itself. "Do you ever wonder," Watson asked one evening, as the first snow of winter began to fall outside their windows, "what becomes of us after we leave this world? Whether consciousness truly ends with the cessation of bodily functions, or whether something essential continues?" Holmes, who had once dismissed such questions as unprofitable speculation, now considered the query with the same serious attention he gave to matters of evidence and deduction. "I find myself increasingly convinced," he said slowly, "that consciousness is not merely a product of neural activity, but something far more fundamental. Our encounter with Sarah and her husband suggests that awareness, intention, and moral choice persist beyond physical death." The fire crackled softly between them, casting dancing shadows that seemed friendly now rather than ominous. Outside, the snow continued to fall, blanketing London in pristine white that muffled the usual sounds of the city and created a sense of peaceful isolation. "The question that troubles me," Watson continued, "is whether we truly solved anything that night, or merely postponed a greater reckoning." The creature spoke of others who might continue his work, of knowledge that could not be destroyed. Holmes nodded thoughtfully. "A valid concern. Evil, it seems, is not a finite quantity that can be eliminated through a single decisive action. Rather, It appears to be a constant force that must be continually opposed by those with the courage and wisdom to recognise it. He paused, sipping his whisky contemplatively. But that night taught us something equally important, that good is also a constant force, equally persistent, equally powerful when wielded by those who understand its true nature. As if summoned by their conversation, a gentle warmth filled the room, accompanied by the faintest whisper of familiar fragrance. Both men looked up from their drinks, not with alarm as they once might have, but with the quiet recognition that comes when an old friend makes their presence known. The warmth lingered for just a moment, carrying with it a sense of profound gratitude and peace. Then it faded, leaving behind only the comfortable sounds of their homes settling around them and the soft hiss of snow against the window panes. "She approves of our conversation," Watson observed with a gentle smile. "Indeed," Holmes agreed, "and perhaps she wishes us to understand that our work is not finished, that there will always be those who need protection, mysteries that require solving, evils that must be confronted." The months passed, and their quiet neighbourhood remained peaceful. The children played safely in the streets, the families slept undisturbed in their beds, and the only mysteries that troubled Baker Street were the conventional crimes that Holmes solved with his customary brilliance. Yet both men remained alert to subtle signs that might indicate supernatural threats, and their enhanced sensitivity to the unusual served them well in their more mundane investigations. There was the case of the widow whose late husband seemed to be moving objects in their home. Not a haunting, as it turned out, but a clever scheme by her nephew to drive her to madness so he might inherit her estate. Holmes solved it by noticing that the supernatural incidents only occurred when the nephew was present, a pattern that spectral manifestations would not follow. There was the mystery of the church where parishioners reported seeing angels in the bell tower, which proved to be smugglers using the religious building as a waypoint for their illegal goods, with white sheets and clever lighting creating the illusion of celestial visitation. Watson's medical knowledge proved crucial in identifying the effects of the opium the smugglers were transporting. Each case reinforced their understanding that most mysteries had perfectly natural explanations, but their experience with genuine supernatural phenomena had taught them to remain open to all possibilities. They had learned to distinguish between the tricks of criminals and the reality of forces beyond conventional understanding. Spring arrived early that year, filling London with the scent of blooming flowers and the sound of birds returning from their southern migrations. The cherry tree that grew in the small garden behind their building burst into glorious pink bloom, and Mrs. Hudson delighted in arranging fresh flowers throughout the building. It was during this season of renewal that they received their first visitor connected to their supernatural adventure. She was a young woman, perhaps 25 years old, with the intelligent eyes and practical demeanour of someone accustomed to dealing with difficult situations. She introduced herself as Miss Catherine Pemberton, and her story immediately captured their attention. "Gentlemen," she began, settling into the chair they offered, with the grateful sigh of someone who had travelled far, "I come to you because of your reputation for solving the impossible, for seeing truth where others see only confusion, but also because I have been told that you have experience with matters that extend beyond the purely criminal." Holmes and Watson exchanged a meaningful glance. Word of their supernatural encounter had not spread through official channels, but London's network of whispered rumours and half-believed stories was more efficient than any telegraph system. "You may speak freely," Holmes assured her. "We have indeed encountered phenomena that challenge conventional understanding." Miss Pemberton's relief was visible. "Then perhaps you can help me understand what has happened to my family's estate in Yorkshire. For 3 generations, the Pemberton women have served as guardians of something. We were never told exactly what, only that it must be protected, that certain rooms in our ancestral home must never be opened, certain rituals must be performed to keep something contained." She paused, gathering her thoughts before continuing. "My grandmother died last winter, and with her went the knowledge of these protections. I found her journals, filled with references to the sleepers and the binding, and the price that must be paid for ancient sins. But the crucial pages have been torn out, and now," she shuddered slightly, "now things are waking up that should have remained asleep." Watson leaned forward in his chair, his medical instincts alert to the genuine distress in the young woman's voice. "What sort of things, Miss Pemberton?" "Sounds in the walls that follow no pattern, cold spots that move through the house like living creatures, shadows that fall the wrong way regardless of where the sun stands in the sky." Her voice dropped to barely above a whisper. "And dreams, gentlemen. Dreams that come to everyone who sleeps within those walls. Dreams of a great darkness rising from beneath the earth, of something that was buried long ago but refuses to stay dead." Holmes rose and moved to the window, his mind already working through the implications of what they were hearing. The view of Baker Street, bustling with normal afternoon activity, seemed suddenly precious, a reminder of the ordinary world that existed alongside the extraordinary one they had glimpsed. "You believe that your family has been guarding against some supernatural threat," he said thoughtfully, "and that the failure to properly maintain these protections has allowed this threat to begin manifesting." "I know how it sounds," Miss Pemberton said quickly, "but I have seen what I have seen. More troubling still, I have begun to research the history of our estate and what I have discovered." She opened her travelling bag and withdrew a folder thick with documents. "The land has a history of disappearances going back centuries, entire families vanishing without trace, livestock found dead in patterns that suggest ritual sacrifice, reports of creatures seen moving between the standing stones that dot our property." Watson accepted the folder and began examining its contents, his trained eye taking in dates, locations and patterns. "These incidents cluster around specific time periods," he observed. "Roughly every 30 years, sometimes less." "Exactly." Miss Pemberton's voice carried both relief at being believed and fear at the implications. "And according to my grandmother's surviving notes, we are approaching the end of another cycle. The protections that have held for 3 decades are weakening, and I lack the knowledge to renew them." Holmes returned to his chair, his expression grave. "Miss Pemberton, what you're describing suggests a situation of considerable supernatural significance. If your family has indeed been serving as guardians against some ancient evil, then the failure of the guardianship could have consequences extending far beyond your estate." The young woman nodded miserably. "That is my fear as well. The dreams that plague anyone who sleeps in the house, they are not random nightmares. They seem to be communications, warnings, or perhaps promises of what is to come. And recently they have begun to include visions of London, of this very street. Whatever is stirring in Yorkshire, it has fixed its attention on this place." A chill settled over the room that had nothing to do with the temperature, and both Holmes and Watson felt the familiar prickle of supernatural awareness they had learned to recognise. Outside their window, the afternoon shadows seemed to deepen despite the bright spring sunshine, and the cheerful sounds of the street became muffled and distant. "Then it would seem," Holmes said with quiet determination, "that our education in matters supernatural is far from complete. Miss Pemberton, we will accompany you to Yorkshire and investigate this threat. Whatever ancient evil your family has been containing, it must not be allowed to escape its bounds." Watson nodded his agreement, already mentally preparing for another journey into the unknown. "When do we leave?" "Tomorrow morning," Miss Pemberton replied with evident relief. "I have taken rooms at the Crown Inn in the village near our estate, the house itself. I confess, gentlemen, I have not been able to spend a full night there since my grandmother's death. The dreams are too intense, too real. But with your help, perhaps we can discover what must be done to restore the protections." They spent the remainder of the afternoon planning their expedition and reviewing the documents Miss Pemberton had brought. The papers painted a picture of an ancient evil that had been bound by ritual and sacrifice, contained by knowledge passed down through generations, held in check by the vigilance of a single family line. But now that line was broken, the knowledge lost, and something that had slumbered for decades was beginning to stir. That night, as they prepared for bed, both Holmes and Watson found themselves pausing by their windows, looking out at the peaceful street below. The gas lamps glowed warmly in the darkness, the familiar buildings stood solid and reassuring in the gentle evening breeze. Yet both men could sense something in the air that had not been there before, a tension, a watching presence, a sense that forces beyond their understanding were beginning to move. "Holmes," Watson said quietly as they met in the hallway between their bedrooms, Do you think our encounter with Sarah and her husband was merely the beginning of something larger? That we have somehow been chosen to serve as guardians ourselves? Holmes considered the question with the same serious attention he gave to all mysteries. I believe, Watson, that when one opens oneself to the reality of supernatural forces, one becomes visible to both the good and the evil among them. Sarah recognized us as allies in the fight against darkness. It stands to reason that other entities, both benevolent and malevolent, would take note of our activities. He paused, his keen eyes reflecting the gaslight from the hallway fixture. But if that is the case, if we have indeed been marked as participants in some larger conflict between the forces of light and darkness, then I can think of no finer companion with whom to face such challenges. Watson smiled, feeling the warmth of friendship that had sustained them through countless adventures, both natural and supernatural. Nor can I, Holmes. Whatever awaits us in Yorkshire, we shall face it together. The next morning dawned crisp and clear, with the promise of good weather for travelling. Mrs. Hudson fussed over them as they prepared to depart, packing extra food and warm clothing despite their protest that they would likely be gone only a few days. Her intuition, honed by years of caring for tenants who regularly faced danger, told her that this journey was different from their usual expeditions. "You take care of yourselves," she said firmly, pressing a packet of her finest tea into Watson's travelling bag. "And you come back safe to us, do you hear? This old building isn't the same when you're away." As their hansom cab pulled away from Baker Street, both men looked back at the familiar facade of their home. The morning light struck the windows at just the right angle to create the illusion of a figure standing at their sitting-room window, a translucent form that might have been Sarah, watching over their departure with the same protective instinct she showed toward the children upstairs. The train journey to Yorkshire passed in contemplative silence, each man lost in his own thoughts about what they might find at the Pemberton estate. Miss Pemberton had taken an earlier train, giving them time to discuss the situation privately and prepare themselves mentally for another encounter, with forces beyond conventional understanding. The countryside rolling past their window was beautiful in the way that only English spring could be. Green hills dotted with sheep, hedgerows bursting with new growth, villages nestled in valleys like illustrations from a storybook. Yet as they travelled north, both men noticed subtle changes in the landscape that spoke to their enhanced sensitivity to supernatural phenomena. The birds seemed fewer and quieter than they should be in spring. The sheep in the fields clustered together in tight groups, their backs turned towards certain directions, as if avoiding something they could sense but not see. And the people in the villages they passed through moved with a hurried urgency that suggested unease, as if they too felt the presence of something troubling in their peaceful countryside. "The influence is spreading," Holmes observed as they passed through a market town where the usual cheerful bustle of commerce seemed subdued. "Whatever is awakening in Yorkshire, its effects are being felt across a considerable distance." Watson nodded, his medical training allowing him to recognise the signs of a population under subtle stress. "The question is whether this represents the natural expansion of supernatural influence, or whether the entity involved is actively extending its reach." The train pulled into their destination as the sun was beginning to set behind the Yorkshire hills, painting the sky in shades of orange and gold that would have been beautiful under other circumstances. But now the fading light seemed ominous, a reminder that darkness was approaching, and with it, whatever forces stirred in the ancient estate that waited for them. Miss Pemberton met them at the station, her relief at their arrival evident in every line of her posture. She'd arranged for a carriage to take them to the village inn, where they would spend the night before approaching the estate proper in the morning light. "The dreams have grown stronger since I left London," she told them, as their carriage wound through narrow country lanes bordered by stone walls older than memory. "I find myself experiencing them even during my afternoon rest. Visions of darkness rising from deep places, of bindings breaking one by one, of something vast and hungry turning its attention toward the world of the living." The Crown Inn was a structure that had served travellers for centuries, its low beams and diamond-paned windows speaking of an age when the world was smaller and mysteries were more openly acknowledged. The innkeeper, a man whose family had served the local community for generations, greeted them with the careful politeness of someone who knew more than he was willing to say. "You'll be wanting the rooms Miss Pemberton arranged," he said, his eyes avoiding theirs as he spoke. "And you'll be visiting the old estate, I suppose? Begging your pardon, gentlemen, but you might want to reconsider that plan. There's been disturbances up that way, sounds in the night, lights where no lights should be. The local folk, we've learned to keep our distance." Holmes leaned forward slightly, his attention caught by the man's obvious distress. "What sort of disturbances, Mr. Harwick, sir? Thomas Harwick. My family's run this inn for 200 years, and we've always known the Pemberton place was different. But lately—" He shook his head, his weathered features creased with worry. "The very air tastes wrong when the wind comes from that direction. And the animals, sir, they won't graze in the fields closest to the estate. Even the birds won't fly over it." They spent the evening in the inn's common room, listening to the quiet conversations of local farmers and villagers. The talk was all of ordinary things, weather and crops, local gossip and family news, but underneath the surface chatter ran an undercurrent of unease that confirmed their growing understanding of the situation. Whatever slept beneath the Pemberton estate was stirring, and its influence was spreading like ripples on a pond, affecting everything within an ever-widening circle. The question was whether they could reach the source and restore the ancient protections before that influence grew too strong to contain. As they prepared for bed, Watson found himself standing at his window, looking out over the village toward the dark hills where the estate waited. Somewhere in that darkness, forces older than human civilization were testing the boundaries of their ancient prison. And tomorrow, he and Holmes would walk willingly into the heart of that supernatural storm, armed with nothing but their courage, their friendship, and their hard-won understanding that love and compassion were stronger than any darkness. The night passed without incident, though both men experienced dreams filled with shadows and whispers, with glimpses of vast spaces beneath the earth where things that should not exist waited with patient hunger for their moment of release. But they woke refreshed and determined, ready to face whatever challenges the ancient estate might present. The morning was crisp and bright, with bird song filling the air and sunlight streaming through their windows like a promise that goodness and light would prevail over the forces of darkness. Holmes reflected as he prepared for the day ahead. Exactly the sort of morning that made a man grateful to be alive and determined to protect the world that had given him such beauty. Whatever waited for them at the Pemberton estate, they would face it together, with the same courage and determination that had seen them through their encounter with the ghost of 221B Baker Street. And when their work was done, they would return to their comfortable lodgings, to their familiar routines, to their quiet evening conversations by the fire, carrying with them the knowledge that they had played their part in keeping the world safe from forces beyond ordinary comprehension. The adventure was about to begin, and the peaceful sounds of the Yorkshire morning were the last notes of ordinary reality they would hear for some time to come. The carriage that Miss Pemberton had arranged arrived precisely at 9 o'clock, driven by an elderly man whose weathered hands gripped the reins with the kind of steady competence that came from decades of navigating country roads. His eyes, however, held the same troubled expression they had seen in the innkeeper's gaze, and when Holmes inquired about the route to the estate, the driver's response was curt and laden with unspoken warnings. "I'll take you as far as the main gate, sir," he said, his Yorkshire accent thick with generations of local wisdom. "But I won't be staying, and I won't be coming back for you after sunset. The horses, they don't like the atmosphere up there, and neither do I." As they travelled deeper into the countryside, the landscape around them began to change in subtle but unmistakable ways. The hedgerows, which had been bursting with spring growth near the village, became sparser and somehow less vibrant. The grass in the fields took on a greyish tinge that seemed to have nothing to do with the quality of soil or the amount of sunlight it received. Even the stones in the ancient walls that bordered the road appeared darker, as if they had absorbed decades of shadow and refused to release it. Miss Pemberton sat across from them in the carriage, her hands folded tightly in her lap, her eyes fixed on the passing landscape with an expression of deep apprehension. "You can feel it, can't you?" she asked quietly, as they passed a cluster of standing stones that rose from a hilltop like broken teeth against the morning sky, the wrongness that permeates everything within miles of the estate. Watson nodded, his medical training allowing him to recognise the physical symptoms of prolonged exposure to supernatural influence. His own pulse had quickened slightly, and he could feel a tension in his chest that had nothing to do with the motion of the carriage or anticipation of the day ahead. It was as if the very air around them had become thicker, more oppressive, charged with an energy that set his nerves on edge. Holmes, meanwhile, had withdrawn into that state of intense observation that marked his approach to all mysteries. His sharp eyes catalogued every detail of their surroundings, the way the shadows fell at angles that defied the position of the sun, the absence of bird song despite the presence of trees that should have been filled with nesting pairs, the peculiar quality of light that seemed to drain colour from everything it touched. "The influence extends much further than I initially calculated," he murmured, more to himself than to his companions. "Whatever lies at the heart of your estate, Miss Pemberton, has had decades to establish its presence in this landscape. The very stones remember its touch." The carriage rounded a curve in the road, and suddenly the Pemberton estate lay before them, a sight that made all three passengers draw in their breath with a mixture of awe and unease. The house itself was magnificent, a sprawling Gothic manor that had been built in stages over several centuries, its towers and gables rising against the sky like a medieval cathedral. The stonework was exquisite, the proportions perfect, the architectural details speaking of craftsmen who had understood their trade with almost supernatural skill. But beauty alone could not disguise the aura of menace that hung over the entire property like a shroud. The windows, though clean and unbroken, seemed to reflect light differently than they should, creating the illusion that the house was looking back at them with cold, calculating intelligence. The grounds, which should have been coming alive with spring growth, appeared stunted and colourless, as if the earth itself were reluctant to support new life. Most disturbing of all were the standing stones that dotted the property in patterns that hurt the eye to follow. They were ancient beyond measure, older than the house, older than human memory, and they seemed to pulse with a rhythm that was almost but not quite perceptible. Watson found himself counting the stones instinctively, then losing track as his vision seemed to slip and slide when he tried to focus on them directly. 17 stones, Miss Pemberton said softly, noticing his difficulty. "My grandmother told me there were always 17, arranged in patterns that held meaning for those who built them. But lately," she paused, her voice catching slightly, "lately I sometimes count 18, or 16, or 20. As if the stones themselves are shifting when no one is watching." The carriage driver pulled up at the estate's main gate, a wrought-iron barrier whose elegant scrollwork could not disguise the fact that it had been designed as much to keep things in as to keep them out. The lock was ancient but well-maintained, and Miss Pemberton produced a key whose metal seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. "This is as far as I go," the driver announced firmly, though his voice held genuine regret. "I'll wait in the village until tomorrow evening, but after that," he shook his head, "after that you'll need to find your own way back to civilization." They gathered their luggage and supplies, including the various tools and instruments that Holmes had deemed necessary for investigating supernatural phenomena. The driver watched them with the expression of a man who expected never to see them again, then urged his horses into a rapid departure that sent gravel flying from beneath the carriage wheels. As the sound of hoofbeats faded into the distance, an oppressive silence settled over the three companions. It was not the peaceful quiet of countryside solitude, but something heavier and more ominous, a silence that seemed to press against their eardrums and make their own breathing unnaturally loud. Miss Pemberton led them along the gravel drive that wound between carefully maintained lawns toward the main entrance of the house. The path was lined with ancient oak trees whose massive trunks and spreading branches should have created a cathedral of natural beauty. Instead, Their twisted forms seemed to writhe with barely contained malevolence, and their leaves, though full and green, rustled with sounds that had nothing to do with the gentle breeze that stirred the air. "My family has lived in this house for over 300 years, Miss Pemberton explained as they walked, her voice carefully controlled. Each generation has added to it, expanded it, made it more beautiful and more comfortable. But always, we have been told, there were rules that must not be broken, rooms that must not be opened, rituals that must be performed to keep the old agreements in force." Watson examined the facade of the house as they approached, his trained eye noting details that spoke of both grandeur and careful maintenance. "What sort of agreements?" he asked, though something in the quality of air around them suggested he might not want to know the answer. "Agreements made in darkness, sealed with blood, binding things that should never have been given form in the first place." Miss Pemberton's voice dropped to barely above a whisper. "My grandmother's journals speak of a bargain struck by our ancestor, Thomas Pemberton, in the year 1623. He was a scholar of what they called natural philosophy in those days, a man who pushed beyond the accepted boundaries of knowledge in pursuit of understanding." She paused before the massive oak door that served as the main entrance, her hand trembling slightly as she reached for the ornate door handle. He discovered something in the deep places beneath this land, something that had been sleeping since before human memory began, and instead of leaving it undisturbed, he made contact with it, learned from it, gained power and knowledge that no mortal man should possess. The door opened silently at her touch, revealing an entrance hall that took Watson's breath away. The space soared upward for 3 full stories, its walls lined with portraits of Pemberton ancestors whose eyes seemed to follow their movements with unsettling intensity. A grand staircase curved upward along one wall, its banister carved with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and change when viewed peripherally. Crystal chandeliers hung from the vaulted ceiling, their light creating prismatic patterns that danced across surfaces in ways that defied the laws of optics. But beneath the beauty lay something else, something that made Watson's skin crawl and his physician's instincts scream warnings. The air inside the house was thick with the weight of centuries of secrets, heavy with the presence of forces that existed beyond human comprehension. Every breath felt like an effort, as if the atmosphere itself were resisting their intrusion. Holmes stood in the centre of the entrance hall, his head tilted in that characteristic pose of intense listening. "The house itself is magnificent," he said finally, his voice carrying carefully controlled admiration. "But it serves as more than a dwelling. It's a focus, a lens that concentrates and directs supernatural energy. Every architectural detail has been designed to channel forces that most people cannot even perceive." Miss Pemberton nodded miserably. That was Thomas Pemberton's genius and his curse. He didn't just build a house. He created a machine for containing and controlling powers that existed long before humanity walked the earth. And for nearly 3 centuries his descendants have maintained that machine, kept it functioning, prevented those powers from breaking free. She led them deeper into the house, through rooms filled with furniture and artwork that represented generations of refined taste and considerable wealth. But everywhere they looked, both Holmes and Watson could see evidence of the house's true purpose. Mirrors were positioned at precise angles that had nothing to do with convenience or aesthetics. Carpets bore patterns that were clearly ritual symbols rather than mere decoration. Even the placement of windows seemed calculated to allow specific amounts of light to fall on particular areas at certain times of day. "The heart of the system lies below," Miss Pemberton explained as they reached what appeared to be a comfortable drawing room on the house's ground floor. Beneath the oldest part of the structure, there are chambers that were carved from living rock before the first foundation stone was laid. That's where Thomas Pemberton made his bargain, where each succeeding generation has renewed the agreements that keep the darkness contained. Watson settled into a chair that was far more comfortable than its ancient appearance suggested, but even the luxury of fine upholstery could not dispel the sense of unease that permeated the very air of the room. "And you believe these agreements are failing?" "I know they are." Miss Pemberton's voice carried the weight of certainty born from direct experience. The dreams began 3 months ago, just after my grandmother's funeral. At first, they were merely unsettling, visions of vast spaces beneath the earth, of things that moved in absolute darkness, of whispers in languages that predated human speech. But they have grown stronger, more detailed, more communicative. She moved to a writing desk in the corner of the room and withdrew a leather-bound journal whose pages were covered with her careful handwriting. I have been recording everything, the dreams, the physical phenomena, the changes in the atmosphere of the house and grounds. The pattern is unmistakable. Something is awakening, testing the boundaries of its imprisonment, searching for weaknesses in the bonds that have held it for centuries. Holmes accepted the journal and began reading, his sharp eyes moving quickly over the detailed observations Miss Pemberton had recorded. Watson could see his friend's expression growing increasingly grave as he absorbed the implications of what he was reading. The manifestations follow a clear progression, Holmes observed after several minutes of concentrated study. Beginning with subtle influences, temperature variations, unexplained sounds, sensory distortions, and building toward more direct supernatural phenomena, if the pattern continues, we can expect increasingly powerful demonstrations as the binding constraints weaken further. As if summoned by his words, a sound echoed through the house that made all three of them freeze in their chairs. It was barely audible, no more than a whisper of movement, but it seemed to come from everywhere at once, from the walls, from the floor beneath their feet, from the very air around them. It carried with it an undertone of vast patience and malevolent intelligence that made Watson's medical training suddenly seem woefully inadequate. Miss Pemberton had gone pale, her hands gripping the arms of her chair with white-knuckled intensity. "That sound," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "I hear it in my dreams, but never before while awake. It's the sound of something immense shifting its position far below us, something that has been waiting for 3 centuries for its chance at freedom." Holmes rose from his chair with a fluid grace that marked his moments of greatest alertness. His eyes swept the room methodically, searching for any visible sign of the presence they had heard, but finding nothing that could account for the sound or the oppressive weight that now filled the atmosphere. "Miss Pemberton," he said quietly, his voice carrying the calm authority that Watson had learned to associate with his friend's most dangerous moments. "I believe the time for preliminary investigation has passed. We must examine the chambers beneath the house immediately. Whatever forces your ancestor bound are stirring more rapidly than your observation suggested." The young woman nodded, though her fear was evident in every line of her posture. "The entrance to the lower levels is through the library. My grandmother showed me the mechanism years ago, though she forbade me ever to use it without her presence. She said the deep chambers were too dangerous for anyone who lacked the full knowledge of the protections. She led them through a series of interconnected rooms, each more magnificent than the last, until they reached a library that would have been impressive in any university. The walls were lined from floor to ceiling with books in a dozen languages, their leather bindings speaking of centuries of careful preservation. But it was not the collection that captured their attention. It was the massive fireplace that dominated one wall, its mantelpiece carved with symbols that seemed to writhe and shift when viewed directly. Miss Pemberton approached the fireplace with obvious reluctance, her hands moving to specific points on the carved stone with the precision of someone following memorized instructions. As she pressed each symbol in sequence, they could hear the sound of hidden mechanisms engaging deep within the walls, gears turning, counterweights shifting, ancient engineering responding to commands that had been built into the very structure of the house. With a sound like distant thunder, a section of the floor beside the fireplace began to sink downward, revealing a stone staircase that descended into darkness, so complete it seemed to swallow the light from their oil lamps. The air that rose from the opening was thick with the scent of ages, not decay or corruption, but something far older and more disturbing, the smell of time itself made manifest. Holmes produced a more powerful lantern from their supplies and adjusted its flame until it cast a steady circle of illumination around them. "Watson," he said formally, "I must warn you that what we are about to encounter may challenge every principle of natural philosophy you have ever studied. If you wish to remain above ground..." "My dear Holmes," Watson interrupted with a smile that held more courage than confidence, "I did not accompany you this far to abandon you at the threshold of discovery. Besides," he added, with the dry humour that had sustained him through countless adventures, "my medical training may prove useful if we encounter anything that was once human." Miss Pemberton took up a lamp of her own, though her hands shook slightly as she lit it. "The stairs descend 3 full levels," she explained, her voice echoing strangely in the confined space. "The first level contains storage chambers and the mechanical systems that regulate temperature and air circulation throughout the upper house. The second level holds my family's private archives, documents and artifacts that chronicle 3 centuries of guardianship. But the third level—" She paused, gathering her courage before continuing. "The third level is where Thomas Pemberton built his workshop, where he conducted his experiments, where he made contact with forces that should have remained forever unknown to human consciousness. It's also where the binding was created, the ritual space where each generation has renewed the agreements that keep those forces contained. They began their descent, their footsteps echoing hollowly on stone steps that had been worn smooth by centuries of use. The walls around them were carved from living rock, their surfaces covered with inscriptions in languages that predated any written records. Some of the symbols were merely decorative, but others pulsed with a faint luminescence that had nothing to do with their oil lamps. The first level was exactly as Miss Pemberton had described, a series of chambers filled with the practical necessities of maintaining a large household. But even these mundane spaces were touched by the supernatural influence that permeated the entire structure. The air circulation systems incorporated geometric patterns that served purposes beyond mere ventilation, and the storage areas were arranged according to principles that reflected deep understanding of forces beyond the physical. The second level revealed the true scope of the Pemberton family's guardianship. Room after room was filled with carefully preserved documents, artifacts, and instruments that chronicled their long struggle to contain powers beyond human comprehension. Watson examined a collection of journals that spanned 3 centuries, each volume filled with observations, calculations, and increasingly desperate attempts to understand the nature of what they guarded. "Look at this progression," he said, sharing one of the volumes with Holmes. "The early entries are confident, almost boastful. Thomas Pemberton clearly believed he had achieved mastery over forces that others feared. But as the decades passed, the tone changes. His descendants began to understand that they were not masters, but prisoners, bound by obligations they could never escape." Holmes nodded grimly, examining a case filled with instruments whose purpose was clearly supernatural rather than scientific. Each generation learned more about the true nature of their burden, and each generation realized more fully the price of their ancestors' bargain. They were not guardians by choice, but by compulsion, trapped in a cycle of responsibility that could never be broken. Miss Pemberton had moved to a desk at the far end of the archive room, her face pale with shock. "Gentlemen," she called softly, her voice tight with dismay, "you must see this." They joined her at the desk, where she had opened what appeared to be the most recent volume in the family chronicle. The handwriting was that of an elderly woman, clearly Miss Pemberton's grandmother, but the words recorded there painted a picture of growing desperation and approaching catastrophe. "The binding weakens with each passing year," Holmes read aloud from the open page. "The rituals that sustained it for 3 centuries are losing their power, and I lack the knowledge to strengthen them. My granddaughter shows no aptitude for the work, no understanding of the sacrifices that guardianship requires. I fear that when I am gone, the family's watch will end, and with it, the protection that has kept humanity safe from horrors beyond imagination." Watson pointed to an entry dated just weeks before the old woman's death. "The dreams have begun again, more vivid than ever before. I see vast spaces beneath the earth, filled with forms that violate every law of nature and sanity. They are aware of my failing strength, aware that their time of freedom approaches. God help us all when the last Pemberton guardian fails in her duty." A sound from deeper in the complex made all 3 of them look up from the journal, not the whisper they had heard above, but something more substantial, more immediate. It was the sound of stone grinding against stone, of ancient mechanisms engaging without human activation, of barriers that had held for centuries beginning to give way. Miss Pemberton's lamp flickered and nearly went out, though there was no breeze in the still air of the archive. "The third level," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "Something is happening in the binding chamber." Holmes extinguished his own lamp and moved toward the staircase that led deeper into the rock. Even without artificial light, they could see a glow emanating from the lowest level, not the warm yellow of flame or the cool white of gas, but something that seemed to originate from the stone itself, a phosphorescence that made their eyes water and their skin crawl. "Whatever is occurring down there," Holmes said quietly, "it represents the culmination of the process that began with your grandmother's death. The binding is not merely weakening, it is in the process of catastrophic failure." They descended the final staircase with hearts hammering and senses alert to every nuance of sound and movement. The glow from below grew brighter as they approached, and with it came a sense of presence so overwhelming that breathing became difficult. Whatever lay at the heart of the Pemberton estate's supernatural machinery was stirring to full wakefulness for the first time in 3 centuries. The third level opened into a circular chamber carved from solid bedrock, its domed ceiling rising high above their heads and covered with intricate patterns that seemed to move and shift in the strange light that filled the space. The walls were lined with alcoves, each containing artifacts and instruments whose purpose was clearly ritual rather than practical. At the centre of the chamber stood a complex arrangement of stone circles and a metal framework that hummed with barely contained energy, but it was not the architecture that captured their attention. It was the figure that stood at the very centre of the binding circle. It was tall, far taller than any human being, its form shifting and changing as if it could not decide what shape to take. Sometimes it appeared almost human, though stretched and distorted beyond any natural proportion. At other moments, it seemed to be composed entirely of shadow and malice, a darkness so profound it seemed to absorb light from the surrounding space, and occasionally, just for an instant, it revealed glimpses of its true nature, something so alien and horrifying that the human mind simply refused to process what it was seeing. When it spoke, its voice came from everywhere and nowhere, resonating through the stone walls and the very bones of the 3 humans who witnessed its awakening. The words were in a language that predated human speech, but somehow their meaning was clear, transmitted directly into their consciousness without the need for translation. 3 centuries, it said, its voice carrying undertones of vast patience and limitless hunger. 3 centuries of imprisonment, of binding, of enforced slumber. But now the bloodline weakens, the rituals fail, and the barriers crumble. The time of freedom has come at last. Miss Pemberton stepped forward, her fear overridden by the weight of 3 centuries of family responsibility. "You are bound by agreements made in darkness and sealed with blood," she said, her voice shaking but determined. "The Pemberton line continues, and with it, our obligation to maintain your imprisonment." The entity turned its attention to her, and even Holmes, brave as he was, took an involuntary step backward as that alien regard focused on the young woman. "The bloodline continues," it agreed, "but the knowledge dies. The rituals lose their power, the binding weakens, the prison walls grow thin. Your grandmother was the last to understand the true nature of the compact. You are but a pale echo of her strength." It gestured toward the complex arrangement of stone and metal that surrounded it, and they could see that the intricate patterns were indeed failing. Lights that should have burned steadily were flickering and dying. Metal components were corroding even as they watched. The geometric perfection that had contained supernatural forces for 3 centuries was dissolving into chaos. "But even as freedom approaches," the entity continued, "I find myself curious about these companions you have brought to witness my awakening. They carry with them the scent of recent contact with the supernatural, the mark of those who have walked between worlds and emerged unchanged." Its attention shifted to Holmes and Watson, and both men felt the terrible weight of that ancient intelligence examining them with interest that was both calculating and predatory. "You are the ones who freed the woman called Sarah from her torment, who who destroyed the work of the one called Blackwood. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. Holmes stepped forward, his analytical mind working furiously to understand the connections the entity was revealing. You know of our encounter with the spirits at 221B Baker Street. I know of all supernatural manifestations within the boundaries of this realm, the entity replied with what might have been amusement. The woman Sarah was once bound to serve as my agent, just as Blackwood served as my instrument. But their binding was weaker than this one, more dependent on human will and less on fundamental forces. When you freed her from torment, you also freed her from my service. Watson felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature of the underground chamber. You were behind the hauntings in London? The creature that experimented on children was acting under your influence? Blackwood was a useful tool, the entity confirmed without apparent remorse. His appetites aligned with my needs. His knowledge served my purposes. Through him, I gathered the fear and suffering that helped to weaken the barriers between worlds, that brought closer the day of my freedom. Miss Pemberton had gone pale as the full scope of the threat became clear. The missing children, the unexplained disappearances, they were all connected to this place, to the weakening of the binding that holds you. Fear is power, the entity explained with patient condescension. Suffering is energy that can be harvested and directed. For 3 centuries, I have been gathering such energy from across this island, storing it, concentrating it, preparing for the moment when the Pemberton binding would finally fail. The chamber shook suddenly, a vibration that seemed to originate from deep within the earth itself. Dust and small stones fell from the ceiling, and the failing machinery that surrounded the entity sparked and hissed as more components overloaded and died. The moment approaches, the entity said, its voice now carrying harmonics that made their teeth ache and their vision blur. Soon the last restraints will fail, and I will be free to walk among the living, to gather followers, to reshape this world according to my will. Holmes had been studying the failing binding apparatus with the focused intensity he brought to all mechanical puzzles. The system is designed to channel and contain supernatural energy through geometric resonance, he said, thinking aloud. If the power source could be redirected, if the flow patterns could be reversed. Impossible, the entity interrupted, though for the first time its voice held a note of what might have been uncertainty. The binding was created by Thomas Pemberton using knowledge I myself provided. No human mind could comprehend its true structure, much less find a way to repair or modify it. But Holmes was already moving, his hands tracing the patterns in the stone walls, his keen eyes following the intricate pathways that channeled power through the chamber. Watson had seen that expression before, the look of absolute concentration that marked his friend's moments of greatest insight. Thomas Pemberton was brilliant, Holmes said, his voice distant with concentration, but he was also human, limited by the constraints of 17th century natural philosophy. He built his binding according to principles you taught him, but he implemented those principles using the tools and methods of his era. Holmes paused beside a section of wall where the geometric patterns seemed to converge, his fingers finding hidden switches and levers that had been concealed within the stone carving. What he could not know, what you perhaps did not anticipate, was how much human understanding would advance in the centuries following his work. The principles remained constant, but the applications, the chamber filled with a sound like reality itself, screaming as Holmes manipulated controls that had not been touched for 300 years. The failing apparatus suddenly blazed with renewed power, its lights burning brighter than they ever had, its geometric patterns beginning to reshape themselves according to new configurations. The entity's form wavered and began to solidify, no longer shifting between shapes but locking into a single, terrifying aspect of its true nature. "What are you doing?" it demanded, its voice now carrying notes of genuine alarm. "The binding cannot be strengthened. The knowledge died with the bloodline." "The knowledge evolved," Holmes replied calmly, his hands working with the precision of a master craftsman. "What Thomas Pemberton accomplished through ritual and superstition, we can achieve through understanding and applied science." The supernatural follows laws just as rigid as those governing the physical world. They are simply laws that humanity is only beginning to comprehend. Miss Pemberton watched in amazement as the chamber around them began to transform. The failing machinery was rebuilding itself, its components reshaping according to new principles that combined ancient wisdom with modern understanding. The geometric patterns on the walls shifted and flowed, creating new configurations that pulsed with renewed power. "Watson," Holmes called out, his voice strained with the effort of maintaining control over forces beyond normal comprehension. "The journals in the archive above. There should be detailed records of the original binding ritual. I need those specifications to complete the reconfiguration." Watson ran toward the staircase without hesitation, leaving Holmes and Miss Pemberton alone with the increasingly frantic entity. As he climbed toward the archive level, he could hear the creature's voice rising to a shriek of rage and desperation, its promises of power and knowledge giving way to threats and curses. The archive chamber seemed blessedly normal after the supernatural chaos below, and Watson quickly located the volumes Holmes needed. Thomas Pemberton's original notes on the creation of the binding, written in a careful hand that revealed both brilliance and madness. He gathered the crucial documents and raced back toward the depths, his medical training allowing him to maintain steady nerves even as the building shook around him. When he reached the binding chamber, he found Holmes standing within the stone circles themselves, his hands moving in patterns that seemed to channel the supernatural energies flowing through the room. Miss Pemberton stood guard at the chamber's entrance, her face pale but determined, holding a lantern whose light now seemed unnecessary in the blazing illumination that filled the space. "The specifications," Holmes called out, and Watson quickly read aloud the crucial passages from Thomas Pemberton's journal. As each element of the original binding was described, Holmes incorporated it into his new design, weaving together 3 centuries of accumulated knowledge with insights that could only have come from direct experience with supernatural forces. The entity fought against the renewed binding with desperate fury, its form lashing out in ways that defied physical laws, striking at the stone walls and metal framework with power that should have shattered both. But the new configuration held, its geometric patterns shifting and adapting to contain whatever force was brought against them. "You cannot imprison me forever," the entity shrieked, its voice now barely recognizable as communication. "Other servants work my will in distant places. Other bindings weaken as this one once did. I will have my freedom, if not today then in decades to come." Holmes completed the final adjustments to the binding apparatus, his hands steady despite the supernatural storm raging around him. "Perhaps," he said quietly, his voice carrying absolute conviction. "But not today. And when future bindings begin to fail, there will be others who understand what must be done. Others who have learned that knowledge and courage can triumph over any darkness." The entity's form began to fade as the renewed binding took full effect, its outline becoming translucent and insubstantial. Its voice, too, grew fainter, though the malevolence in its tone remained undimmed. "This is not victory," it whispered, as it sank back into the depths from which it had risen. "This is merely a delay. The dark tide rises across the world, and no force can hold it back forever, and then it was gone, leaving behind only the gentle hum of supernatural machinery, operating according to principles that bridge the gap between ancient wisdom and modern understanding." The chamber gradually returned to normal illumination, though the geometric patterns on the walls continued to pulse with a steady rhythm that spoke of power held in perfect balance. Miss Pemberton sank into a chair that someone, perhaps Thomas Pemberton himself, had placed in the chamber centuries ago for the use of future guardians. "Is it over?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Holmes emerged from the binding circle, his clothing dishevelled but his expression calm. "For now," he said simply, "the binding will hold for another century at least, perhaps longer." But the entity spoke truth about the nature of the threat. This is not an isolated phenomenon. Across the world, ancient evils are stirring, testing the barriers that contain them. Watson helped Miss Pemberton to her feet, his medical training alerting him to signs of shock and exhaustion that needed attention. "Then our work is far from finished," he observed. "Indeed," Holmes agreed, his keen eyes already examining the renewed binding apparatus with the satisfaction of a craftsman who had achieved perfect function. "But we have learned something invaluable today. We have discovered that the old knowledge need not die with the bloodlines that preserved it. It can be passed on, adapted, improved upon by each generation that faces the darkness." They climbed the stone steps toward the surface, leaving behind the binding chamber with its mysteries and its terrible responsibilities. The house above seemed different now, lighter, more welcoming, as if some burden had been lifted from its very foundations. In the library, Miss Pemberton carefully closed the mechanism that sealed the entrance to the lower levels. "What happens now?" she asked. "I still lack the knowledge to serve as a proper guardian, still don't understand the rituals that maintain the binding." Holmes smiled, and for the first time in days his expression held genuine warmth. "Then we shall have to ensure that you receive the proper education. There are others, Miss Pemberton, others who have encountered the supernatural and survived, who have learned to fight against the darkness. A network of guardians is forming, bound not by blood but by shared purpose and mutual understanding." As they prepared to leave the estate, Watson looked back at the magnificent house with its hidden depths and ancient secrets. "Will you continue to live here?" he asked Miss Pemberton. She considered the question seriously before answering. "Someone must," she said finally. "The binding requires monitoring, maintenance and occasional adjustment, and the knowledge stored in these archives, it must be preserved, studied, shared with others who may face similar threats." She paused, her expression growing stronger and more determined. "I am the last of the Pembertons by blood, but I need not be the last of the Guardians. There are others who can learn, others who can carry on the work." The journey back to London passed in contemplative silence, each of them processing the events of the past few days in their own way. The countryside they travelled through seemed brighter somehow, less oppressed by the supernatural influences that had marked their outward journey. Birds sang in the hedgerows, sheep grazed peacefully in fields touched by warm sunlight, and the very air seemed cleaner and more wholesome. When their train finally pulled into London's smoky embrace, both Holmes and Watson felt a profound sense of homecoming. The familiar sights and sounds of their beloved city, the clip-clop of horses on cobblestones, the calls of street vendors, the warm glow of gas lamps beginning to flicker on as evening approached, all seemed precious and wonderful after their encounter with forces beyond human comprehension. Baker Street welcomed them with its usual comfortable disorder, Mrs. Hudson greeting them with relief and delight, their familiar rooms offering the sanctuary of normal reality. After their journey into the supernatural, they settled into their chairs by the fire, poured generous measures of whiskey, and allowed themselves to relax for the first time in days. "Holmes," Watson said finally as the London fog began to gather outside their windows, "do you believe the entity's claims about other threats, other ancient evils stirring across the world?" Holmes sipped his whiskey thoughtfully before responding. "I believe we have stumbled into something far larger than we initially comprehended," he said quietly. "Our encounter with Sarah and her husband, our experience at the Pemberton estate, these were not isolated incidents, but symptoms of a broader awakening. Forces that have slumbered for centuries are beginning to stir, testing the barriers that contain them." Watson nodded slowly, his medical training helping him to understand the implications of what Holmes was suggesting. "And we find ourselves positioned as guardians, as those who stand between the ordinary world and the supernatural threats that would destroy it." "Indeed," Holmes agreed, "though I suspect we will not stand alone. There are others, Watson, others who have faced the darkness and emerged victorious." Miss Pemberton spoke of a network forming, guardians bound not by blood but by shared purpose. "I believe we are witnessing the birth of something unprecedented." As if summoned by their words, the familiar scent of lavender and roses drifted through their sitting room, accompanied by the gentle warmth that had become Sarah's signature. Both men looked up from their drinks with the quiet recognition that comes when an old friend makes their presence known. The warmth lingered for several moments, carrying with it a sense of profound gratitude and peace. Then, barely audible above the crackling of their fire, came the whisper of words spoken in a voice like wind through summer meadows. The network grows. Others hear the call. The light spreads to match the spreading darkness. Holmes and Watson exchanged glances of understanding and determination. Their work was far from finished, but they no longer faced it alone. The weeks that followed settled into a rhythm both familiar and subtly different. Holmes continued receiving his usual stream of clients, but now his approach carried an additional layer of awareness. He examined every unusual circumstance with an eye towards supernatural involvement. Most cases proved entirely conventional. Affairs of the heart, matters of inheritance, crimes motivated by greed rather than otherworldly forces. But occasionally, Holmes would encounter something that triggered the heightened sensitivity he had developed through his supernatural encounters. Watson found his medical practice evolving as well. Patients began seeking him out for conditions that straddled the line between medicine and mystery. A child who spoke languages he had never learned, a woman who experienced prophetic dreams, cases that would once have been dismissed as fancy, were now examined with careful attention. The correspondents arriving at 221B Baker Street began reflecting their growing reputation in certain circles. Letters came from across the British Isles and beyond, from scholars investigating unexplained phenomena, from families dealing with supernatural disturbances, from individuals who had encountered forces they could neither understand nor combat alone. Holmes maintained a careful filing system for these communications, organising them by type of phenomenon and geographical location. A pattern was emerging. Reports of supernatural activity were increasing across Europe, and families with long histories of guardianship were finding their protective traditions failing. "It's as if something fundamental has shifted," Watson observed one evening as they reviewed correspondence. The barriers keeping supernatural forces contained seemed to be weakening simultaneously across vast distances. Holmes nodded thoughtfully, tracing patterns on a map where he had marked reported incidents. The entity at the Pemberton estate spoke of other servants, other bindings failing. "I suspect we have witnessed the early stages of something far more significant than isolated supernatural events." Their contemplation was interrupted by a confident knock at their door. Mrs. Hudson announced a visitor who gave his name simply as Professor Whitmore. The man who entered was perhaps 60, with the bearing of someone who had spent his life in academic pursuits without allowing scholarly work to make him soft. His eyes held the keenness that comes from studying subjects others prefer not to examine too closely. "Gentlemen," he said, settling into their offered chair with easy confidence, "I come because your recent activities have attracted the attention of certain interested parties. There are those of us who have been watching the signs, tracking patterns, preparing for eventualities we hoped would never come to pass." Holmes leaned forward, his attention fully engaged. "You speak of our encounters with supernatural phenomena. May I ask how you came by such information?" Professor Whitmore smiled without humour. "Mr. Holmes, there are networks within networks in this world, circles of knowledge that operate parallel to conventional society. For 3 centuries, scholars and guardians have maintained communication about matters the general population would find incomprehensible or terrifying." He withdrew a leather portfolio from his case. "What you and Dr. Watson have experienced has marked you as individuals of significant importance to our community." Watson examined the portfolio's contents. "These reports span decades, supernatural incidents from across Europe, some remarkably similar to what we experienced." "The pattern has been building for years," Professor Whitmore confirmed, "but recent events suggest we are approaching a critical juncture. The old families who have served as guardians are dying out or losing necessary knowledge. Ancient sites stable for centuries are showing signs of disturbance. Entities that have been contained are stirring to new activity." Holmes moved to the window, examining the familiar street as if searching for hidden dangers. "You believe the barriers between our world and whatever lies beyond are failing systematically. I believe humanity is about to face challenges held at bay since the dawn of civilization. and I believe individuals like yourselves represent our best hope of meeting those challenges successfully." The professor opened another section of his portfolio, revealing maps and correspondence that painted a picture of international cooperation among those dealing with supernatural phenomena. "There are others, gentlemen. In France, scholars have developed techniques for containing spiritual manifestations. In Germany, practitioners who have maintained protective rituals for 4 centuries. In Scotland, researchers have made discoveries about the relationship between ancient stone circles and supernatural energy." Watson looked up gravely. "You're describing a war, Professor, a conflict between light and darkness waged in secret for generations. And now that war is entering a new phase," Holmes added. "The enemy grows stronger while our side must organise more effectively or face defeat." Professor Whitmore nodded solemnly. "Which brings me to my purpose. We need coordination, shared knowledge, unified responses to threats spanning continents. We need leaders." "What exactly are you proposing?" Holmes asked. "A congress, a gathering of all those with knowledge of supernatural threats and skills to combat them. Not a secret society, but a practical association dedicated to protecting humanity from forces it cannot imagine." He leaned forward earnestly. "Mr. Holmes, your analytical abilities and proven success make you uniquely qualified to coordinate such efforts. Dr. Watson, your medical knowledge and gift for communication would be invaluable." Watson set down the portfolio. "You're asking us to abandon our comfortable lives, to take on global responsibilities." "I'm asking you to expand your current work," Professor Whitmore corrected gently. "You would have resources, assistance, and coordinated support. More importantly, you would be part of a larger effort no individual can face alone." Holmes returned to his chair thoughtfully. The fog gathering outside seemed less comforting, and more like a concealing veil hiding supernatural threats. "The entity spoke of servants working its will in distant places," Holmes mused. "If such coordination exists on the side of darkness, logic demands the forces of light organise similarly." Professor Whitmore smiled genuinely for the first time. "Then you will consider our proposal?" Holmes and Watson exchanged a long look, weighing their love of comfortable routine against their understanding of threats facing the world. "Professor," Holmes said finally, "we need time to consider the implications, but we are intrigued by joining forces with others who share our commitment to defending against supernatural threats." Watson nodded. "Our experience has taught us that evil must be opposed. If others share that understanding, we should explore working together more effectively." Professor Whitmore rose, gathering his documents with satisfaction. "Then I leave you to your deliberations, but do not deliberate too long. Whatever is coming will arrive sooner rather than later." As the professor's footsteps faded, Holmes and Watson sat in contemplative silence. Their sitting room's familiar comfort seemed suddenly fragile. "We stand at a crossroads," Holmes said quietly. "We can continue addressing local threats, or accept a larger role in what appears to be a global conflict." Watson poured fresh whiskey thoughtfully. "The question is whether we can make a meaningful difference in a struggle ongoing for centuries." As if responding to their uncertainty, the familiar scent of lavender and roses filled the air, accompanied by Sarah's gentle presence. This time her manifestation was clearer than ever. She stood beside the fireplace, radiant with inner light. "You have already made a difference," she said, her voice like distant music. "The children who sleep safely, the ancient evil contained, the knowledge preserved, these are fruits of courage and compassion working together." She moved closer, and they felt the peace surrounding her. "But the work is far from finished. Dark forces gather strength, and they will not be contained by isolated heroism. The light must organise as the darkness has organised." Holmes rose, drawn by the certainty in her voice. "You believe we should accept the proposal?" Sarah's smile was radiant with transcendent love and hope. "Trust in the bonds of friendship and shared purpose that have brought you this far. When good stands together, when knowledge is shared and courage multiplied, no darkness can withstand the light." Her form began to fade peacefully, like sunset over calm waters. "You will not be alone. Others will stand with you, as I will continue watching over you." The network of guardians grows stronger with each soul that chooses hope over fear. Then she was gone, leaving only the scent of flowers and the profound sense they had received a blessing on their chosen path. Watson raised his glass quietly. To new beginnings, then, and to the hope that light will always push back the darkness. Holmes raised his own glass with calm determination. To the network of guardians, and to understanding that some responsibilities transcend personal comfort. Outside, the fog continued gathering, but now it seemed less ominous, and more like London's natural evening rhythm. The gas lamps glowed warmly in the mist, creating pools of light connecting one to another in an unbroken chain through familiar streets. Tomorrow, they would send word accepting Professor Whitmore's proposal. Tomorrow, they will begin organising a global response to supernatural threats hidden in darkness for too long. But tonight, they sat by their fire in comfortable silence, surrounded by peace that comes from knowing one's purpose and having courage to pursue it. The fog rolled through London like a living thing, soft and grey and patient, carrying not menace but gentle promise of mysteries yet to be solved, adventures yet to be shared, of a world made safer by those willing to stand guard against darkness. Throughout the city, families settled into evening routines, children were tucked safely into beds, and ordinary life continued its peaceful rhythm. They slept soundly, protected by guardians they would never know, defended by a network of light that grew stronger each day. And in the sitting room at 221B Baker Street, two friends prepared for the next chapter of their extraordinary lives, knowing that whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together, with courage, compassion, and unwavering belief that love and light must always triumph over fear and darkness. The story of the ghost of 221B Baker Street had ended, but the larger tale of those who stand watch against supernatural threats was just beginning. That's our tale for tonight, dear listener. Are you resting in the glow of Rome, beneath the stars of Santiago, in the soft hush of Helsinki, or the midnight calm of Kuala Lumpur? If this story brought you a moment of peace, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your city in the comments below. Stay cozy, breathe gently, and sleep soundly, wherever you are in this wide, whispering world. The Thames moved like liquid shadow through the heart of London, its dark waters carrying secrets older than the great city itself. November mist clung to the river's surface, soft and grey as forgotten dreams, while gas lamps flickered their amber light across the cobblestones of the embankment. The year was 1893, and the air held that peculiar weight of approaching winter, when the world seemed to hold its breath and listen to the whispers of the past. In the gentle glow of evening, the city revealed its softer face. Smoke from countless chimneys rose in lazy spirals, mixing with the fog to create a blanket that muffled sound and softened edges. The clip-clop of horse hooves echoed distantly, a rhythmic lullaby against the ancient stones. Window panes glowed golden from within, suggesting warmth and comfort behind lace curtains, while the Thames flowed endlessly onward, carrying with it the dreams and sorrows of generations. It was on such an evening that the first whispers reached the ears of those who lived by the water's edge. Dock workers spoke in hushed tones of strange sounds, echoing from beneath the bridges after midnight. Fishermen returned with tales of nets torn by something vast and unseen in the river's depths. The stories spread like ripples across still water, growing larger with each telling, until they reached the comfortable sitting room at 221 Baker Street. Dr. John Watson sat by the fire, the warm light playing across the pages of his evening newspaper. The flames danced in the grate, casting gentle shadows that moved like living things across the wallpaper. Outside, the November rain tapped softly against the windows, a peaceful percussion that spoke of home and safety. The room smelled of pipe tobacco and old leather, of tea leaves, and the faint mustiness of well-loved books. It was a sanctuary from the world's harsh edges, a place where thoughts could wander freely and the spirit could rest. Across from Watson, in the depths of a well-worn armchair, sat Sherlock Holmes. His lean form was draped in his familiar dressing gown, and his fingers were steepled beneath his chin as he gazed into the fire. The detective's grey eyes reflected the dancing flames, and there was something in his expression that suggested his mind was far from the comfortable warmth of their shared lodgings. He had been unusually quiet that evening, lost in thoughts that seemed to pull him toward some distant shore of contemplation. The fire crackled softly, sending up tiny sparks that glowed briefly before disappearing into the darkness of the chimney. Watson turned a page of his newspaper, the sound crisp and comforting in the quiet room. Outside, London continued its eternal dance of light and shadow, but here, in this moment, time seemed suspended like dust motes in a beam of sunlight. "Holmes," Watson said gently, his voice barely disturbing the peaceful atmosphere, "you've been remarkably contemplative this evening. Has something captured your interest?" Holmes stirred slightly as if awakening from a dream. His fingers unfolded slowly and he reached for his pipe, the movement languid and thoughtful. "Indeed, my dear Watson, I find myself drawn to a most curious collection of reports that have been filtering through the less reputable channels of our city's information network." The detective's voice held that familiar note of intrigue, but tonight it was tempered with something softer, more reflective. He packed his pipe with deliberate care, each movement precise yet unhurried. The tobacco was fragrant and rich, adding its earthly perfume to the room's comfortable atmosphere. Watson folded his newspaper and settled more deeply into his chair. Years of partnership had taught him to recognise when Holmes was on the verge of revealing something significant, and tonight there was something different in the air, a quality of mystery that seemed to shimmer just beyond the edges of perception. "What manner of reports?" Watson asked, his medical training lending a note of gentle curiosity to the question. Holmes struck a match, the brief flare illuminating his angular features before settling into the steady glow of burning tobacco. He drew slowly on the pipe, the smoke curling upward in lazy spirals that caught the firelight and danced toward the ceiling. For a moment the only sounds were the gentle hiss of the fire and the distant murmur of rain against glass. Stories from the Thames, Watson. Curious tales of disruption and, shall we say, encounters of an unusual nature. Holmes paused, his eyes growing distant as if seeing beyond the walls of their sitting room to the dark waters that flowed through London's heart. 3 separate incidents in the past fortnight, each involving vessels that have met with unexpected difficulties while navigating our beloved river. The word beloved carried a note of irony, but also something deeper, an acknowledgement of the Thames as London's lifeline, its flowing heart that connected past to present, carrying stories in its currents like messages in bottles cast by previous generations. Watson leaned forward slightly, drawn by the mystery but also by the unusual quality in Holmes's voice. "What sort of difficulties?" "Ah, that is where the tale becomes truly intriguing." Holmes took another draw from his pipe, the tobacco glowing like a tiny star in the gathering dusk. The first incident involved the merchant vessel Catherine Marie, a sturdy craft that has plied these waters for the better part of a decade without incident. 3 nights ago she was discovered listing badly near London Bridge, her crew in a state of considerable distress. The fire settled lower in the grate, the flames growing smaller but no less hypnotic in their gentle dance. Outside, the rain continued its soft percussion, and somewhere in the distance, a church bell tolled the hour with deep, resonant notes that seemed to echo through the fog-shrouded streets. The crew reported, Holmes continued, his voice taking on the measured cadence of one who has sifted carefully through conflicting accounts, that something of tremendous size had risen from beneath their vessel during the small hours of the morning. They described tentacles, Watson, massive appendages that emerged from the water and wrapped themselves around the ship's hull with sufficient force to crack the timbers. Watson felt a small shiver, though whether from the story or the cooling air he could not say. The room seemed to grow quieter, as if the very walls were leaning in to listen to Holmes's tale. "Tentacles," Watson repeated softly, tasting the word. "Rather like an octopus, you mean?" Rather like, Holmes agreed, though the scale described would make even the largest known cephalopod seem like a child's toy by comparison. The crew estimated the thickness of these appendages at something approaching 2 feet in diameter, and they spoke of a length that disappeared into the murky depths without revealing its full extent. The detective rose from his chair with fluid grace, moving to the window, where he stood gazing out at the gas-lit street below. The yellow glow of the street lamps created pools of warm light in the darkness, and the fog moved between them like living things, soft and ethereal. Holmes's reflection was ghostly in the glass, his profile sharp against the gentle illumination of the room behind him. The second incident, he continued, his breath creating a small patch of fog on the window pane, occurred 2 nights later. The fishing boat Molly's Dream, returning from the estuary with the evening's catch, reported a similar encounter near the Tower Bridge. This time, however, there were witnesses on shore. Dock workers finishing their late shift who claimed to have seen something vast and dark moving beneath the water's surface. Watson rose as well, drawn to join his friend at the window. Together they looked out at the London night, where fog and lamplight created a world of soft edges and gentle mysteries. The city seemed to breathe around them, its heartbeat the distant rumble of late carriages and the whisper of wind through narrow alleyways. "And the third incident," Watson prompted, his voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might disturb the delicate atmosphere that had settled over their conversation. "Ah, the third." Holmes's reflection smiled, though there was something troubled in the expression. "That occurred just yesterday evening, and it is what has brought these matters to my attention in such a pointed fashion. The pleasure craft Lady Beatrice was hosting a small evening party, members of Parliament and their wives, enjoying a civilized cruise along our historic waterway." The detective turned from the window, his movements slow and thoughtful. The firelight caught the planes of his face, highlighting the sharp intelligence in his eyes, while softening the austere lines of his features. He moved with the grace of a man whose mind and body worked in perfect harmony, each gesture deliberate yet natural. "The Lady Beatrice," Holmes continued, settling once again into his chair, "is a vessel of considerable size and stability. Her captain has navigated these waters for more than 20 years without a single significant incident. Yet yesterday evening, as the party was enjoying their after-dinner brandy, and the ladies were admiring the moonlight on the water, something rose from the depths with sufficient force to lift the bow of the ship several feet above its normal waterline." Watson returned to his chair as well, drawn by the warmth of the fire and the compelling nature of Holmes's narrative. The room had taken on an intimate quality, as if the walls had drawn closer to better contain the mystery that was unfolding between them. "The guests," Holmes said, his voice taking on a note of dry amusement, "were most emphatically not prepared for such an encounter. Several of the ladies fainted, one gentleman was heard to call upon his maker with considerable enthusiasm, and the captain found himself faced with the rather unprecedented challenge of explaining to a member of the House of Lords why his wife's evening gown was now thoroughly soaked with Thames water of questionable purity." Despite the mysterious nature of the tale, Watson found himself smiling at the image. There was something delightfully absurd about the collision of London's refined society with the ancient mysteries of the river that had given the city life. But more importantly, Holmes continued, his tone growing more serious, several of the witnesses provided remarkably consistent descriptions of what they had seen. Tentacles, Watson, of extraordinary size and apparent strength, smooth, dark appendages that glistened in the moonlight as they rose from the water and briefly explored the ship's hull before withdrawing once again into the depths. The fire crackled softly, sending up a small shower of sparks that glowed briefly against the dark mouth of the chimney. Outside, the rain had gentled to a fine mist, and the gas lamps created halos of soft light in the gathering fog. London was settling into its evening rhythm, the great city drawing its cloak of darkness around itself like a comfortable blanket. Watson steepled his fingers, unconsciously mimicking his friend's familiar gesture. 3 incidents in a fortnight, all involving encounters with something of considerable size residing in the Thames. I assume the authorities have been notified." "Indeed they have," Holmes replied, reaching for a small pile of correspondence that lay on the table beside his chair. Inspector Lestrade has been kind enough to share the official reports, along with his own considerable scepticism regarding the reliability of the witnesses involved. The detective's fingers moved through the papers with practiced efficiency, each document clearly familiar to him already. The papers rustled softly, a dry whisper that harmonized with the gentle sounds of the fire and the distant murmur of the city beyond their windows. Lestrade's position, Holmes continued, is that we are dealing with a case of mass hysteria, possibly triggered by some unusual but perfectly explicable phenomenon. Debris in the water, perhaps, or an unusually large piece of driftwood that has been mistaken for something more exotic in the uncertain light of evening and early morning. Watson nodded thoughtfully. It was a reasonable explanation, the sort of practical interpretation that his medical training had taught him to value. Yet something in Holmes's manner suggested that the detective was not entirely satisfied with such a prosaic solution. "And your assessment of the inspector's theory?" Watson asked. Holmes was quiet for a long moment, his grey eyes fixed on the dancing flames in the grate. When he spoke, his voice carried a note of uncertainty that was unusual for the typically confident consulting detective. "I find myself reluctant to dismiss these accounts so readily, Watson. The witnesses, while certainly affected by their experiences, do not appear to be suffering from any form of delusion or hysteria. Their descriptions are remarkably consistent, even accounting for the natural variations one would expect from individuals observing an unusual phenomenon under less than ideal conditions." The detective rose again, this time moving to his desk where he retrieved a small magnifying glass and what appeared to be several photographs. His movements were precise, almost ritualistic, as if the handling of evidence was a sacred act that required both reverence and complete attention. "Furthermore," Holmes continued, returning to his chair with the materials in hand, "I have obtained these rather interesting photographs from the scene of yesterday's encounter with Lady Beatrice." He handed the first photograph to Watson, who accepted it with careful fingers. The image was grainy and indistinct, taken in poor light with what was clearly a handheld camera. Yet even in the uncertain reproduction, Watson could make out what appeared to be the side of a large vessel, and there, just at the edge of the waterline, something dark and curved that seemed to emerge from beneath the surface. The photographer, Holmes explained, was a guest aboard the Lady Beatrice who had the presence of mind to retrieve his camera during the excitement. While the quality leaves something to be desired, you will note the distinctive curve of what appears to be a large appendage just visible at the water's surface. Watson studied the image carefully, holding it closer to the fire to take advantage of the additional light. The photograph seemed to shimmer in the flickering illumination, and for a moment he could almost imagine that the dark shape in the image was moving, undulating with a life of its own. "It could be many things," Watson said finally, though his voice carried less conviction than his words might suggest. "A piece of rope, perhaps, or some other debris that has caught the light in an unusual way." "It could indeed," Holmes agreed, though his tone suggested he found such explanations less than satisfying. "However, I've also obtained this rather more intriguing piece of evidence." The detective handed Watson a second photograph, this one somewhat clearer despite having been taken under similar conditions. The image showed a section of the river's surface, disturbed by what appeared to be a significant upwelling of water. The disturbance was roughly circular, perhaps 20 feet in diameter, and at its centre something dark and substantial could be seen just beneath the surface. Watson felt his breath catch slightly as he studied the image. There was something about the shape in the water that defied easy explanation, something that suggested both massive size and organic complexity. The dark form seemed to possess a quality of purposeful movement, as if it were not merely floating debris but something alive and aware. "This photograph," Holmes said softly, "was taken by a different individual entirely, a dock worker who happened to possess a camera and sufficient presence of mind to use it during the encounter with Molly's dream. Note the similarity in the disturbance pattern to what we observed in the previous image, despite the completely independent circumstances of the two incidents." The room grew very quiet as Watson contemplated the implications of what he was seeing. Outside, London continued its nightly ritual of settling into darkness. But here, in the warm glow of their sitting room, a mystery was taking shape that seemed to challenge the very foundations of rational thought. Holmes retrieved his pipe from the table beside his chair, though he made no move to light it. Instead, he held it between his fingers like a talisman, drawing some sort of comfort from its familiar weight and texture. His eyes remained fixed on Watson's face, studying his friend's reaction to the evidence with the same intensity brought to bear on any puzzle that captured his interest. "I confess," Holmes said finally, "that I find myself in the unusual position of being uncertain how to proceed. The evidence, while intriguing, is far from conclusive. The witnesses, while apparently sincere, have observed something that challenges our understanding of what is possible in these familiar waters, and yet—" The detective's voice trailed off, and he gazed once more into the fire as if seeking answers in the dancing flames. The coals glowed red-hot at the grate's heart, pulsing like the heart of some sleeping creature, while the yellow flames above them flickered and swayed in response to invisible currents in the room's warm air. "And yet?" Watson prompted gently. Holmes sighed, a sound that seemed to carry the weight of all the mysteries he had encountered in his long career. "And yet I find that my scepticism is tempered by a most uncomfortable sense that we may be dealing with something that lies beyond the scope of ordinary criminal investigation." The admission hung in the air between them like smoke from Holmes's pipe, substantial yet ephemeral. Watson set the photographs aside and leaned back in his chair, allowing the warmth of the fire to wash over him as he considered the implications of his friend's words. For Sherlock Holmes to admit uncertainty was unusual enough. For him to suggest that they might be facing something beyond the reach of rational investigation was almost unprecedented. Throughout their long partnership, Watson had seen the detective tackle mysteries that had baffled Scotland Yard, unravelling complex webs of deception and crime through the application of pure logic and careful observation. To hear him now speak of matters that might lie beyond such methods was both troubling and oddly thrilling. The fire settled lower in the grate, the flames growing smaller as the evening progressed toward night. Outside their windows, the gas lamps created islands of golden light in the gathering darkness, while fog rolled off the Thames in gentle waves that softened the harsh edges of the industrial city. It was a night made for mysteries, Watson reflected. A night when the impossible seemed to hover just at the edges of perception, waiting to be invited into the warm circle of human understanding. "What do you propose we do?" Watson asked finally, his voice barely disturbing the peaceful quiet that had settled over their conversation. Holmes smiled, and for the first time that evening, his expression held something of its usual confidence. "I propose, my dear Watson, that we pay a visit to the Thames tomorrow evening. If there is indeed something unusual residing in our river's depths, I believe we may be able to coax it into revealing itself more fully." The prospect sent a small thrill through Watson's chest, a familiar excitement that always accompanied the beginning of a new investigation. Yet there was something different about this mystery, something that seemed to reach beyond the comfortable boundaries of their usual cases into territory that was both ancient and unknown. Holmes rose from his chair and moved to the window once more, his tall form silhouetted against the gentle glow of the street lamps below. He stood very still, his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out at the fog-shrouded city as if he could see through its veils to the dark waters that flowed at its heart. "There is something else, Watson," he said softly, his breath fogging the glass. "Something I have not yet mentioned." Watson joined his friend at the window, the two of them standing side by side in the gentle illumination that filled their sitting room. Beyond the glass, London spread out before them like a vast organism, its lights twinkling through the fog like stars glimpsed through clouds. "During my inquiries today," Holmes continued, "I had occasion to visit the British Museum. Professor Whitmore, whom you may recall from the Addleton case, has been most helpful in providing historical context for these recent events." The detective paused, as if carefully considering his words. In the distance, a clock tower chimed the half-hour, its deep notes echoing through the misty air with a resonance that seemed to vibrate in the very stones of the city. "It appears," Holmes said finally, "that similar incidents have been recorded in London's past, though with such infrequency that they have largely been relegated to the realm of folklore and superstition. Professor Whitmore was able to provide me with references to accounts dating back nearly 3 centuries, tales of encounters with something vast and tentacled that emerges from the Thames during periods of particular darkness or disturbance. Watson felt a chill that had nothing to do with the November air beyond their windows. The idea that these recent incidents might be part of a pattern stretching back through the centuries added a dimension to the mystery that was both fascinating and deeply unsettling. The accounts, Holmes continued, are remarkably consistent in their descriptions. A creature of immense size, possessed of numerous tentacles and apparently residing in the deeper portions of the river. The stories speak of encounters that last only brief moments before the creature retreats once more to its hidden domain, leaving behind only damaged vessels and thoroughly shaken witnesses. The fire in the grate had burned down to glowing coals, casting a warm red light that painted the room in shades of amber and shadow. Outside, the fog continued to thicken, transforming the familiar streets of London into a landscape of mystery and half-glimpsed possibilities. Holmes turned from the window, his movements slow and thoughtful. In the dim light, his angular features seemed more pronounced, giving him the appearance of some ancient scholar contemplating mysteries that lay at the very foundations of human knowledge. Professor Whitmore suggested, Holmes said, settling once more into his chair, that we might be dealing with a creature that has existed in the Thames for far longer than London itself. Something that was here when the Romans first built their settlement on the river's banks. Something that has watched the rise and fall of empires while remaining hidden in the dark waters that flow beneath our great city. The idea was both thrilling and deeply humbling. Watson found himself imagining the Thames not as the familiar waterway that carried commerce and pleasure craft through the heart of Victorian London, but as something far more ancient and mysterious. A liquid pathway that connected the present moment to depths of time that the human mind could barely comprehend. If such a creature exists, Watson said slowly, why would it reveal itself now? What has changed to draw it from whatever depths it has occupied for so many centuries? Holmes reached for his pipe once more, striking a match to relight the tobacco that had grown cold during their conversation. The brief flare of the match illuminated his features, highlighting the sharp intelligence in his eyes while creating dancing shadows on the walls around them. That, my dear Watson, he said as the match died away, is precisely the question that I hope we may be able to answer. Though I suspect that the answer, when we find it, may prove to be far more complex and unsettling than anything we have encountered in our previous investigations. The night had settled fully over London by now, transforming the city into a realm of gaslit islands connected by fog-shrouded channels of darkness. From their window, Watson could see the occasional figure hurrying along the pavement below, bent against the damp chill and eager to reach the warmth and safety of home. Yet even as the city prepared for sleep, he could not shake the feeling that somewhere in the darkness, ancient eyes were watching from beneath the black waters of the Thames. Holmes drew slowly on his pipe, the tobacco glowing like a tiny beacon in the gathering dark of their sitting room. Neither man felt inclined to light the gas lamps. There was something appropriate about contemplating this particular mystery in the gentle illumination of firelight, as if the warm glow connected them to all the generations who had gathered around fires to tell stories of things that moved in the darkness beyond human understanding. "I have arranged," Holmes said eventually, "for us to meet tomorrow evening with Captain Morrison of the River Police. He has agreed to provide us with a patrol boat and to share what additional information his men may have gathered regarding these incidents." The prospect of venturing onto the Thames at night, armed with nothing more than their wits and whatever courage they could muster, should have been daunting. Yet Watson found himself looking forward to the adventure with the same anticipation he had felt as a young man preparing for his first posting to Afghanistan. There was something about the unknown that called to the adventurous spirit, something that made the safe comfort of their sitting room seem suddenly confining. Holmes seemed to sense his friend's mood, for the detective's eyes crinkled slightly with amusement. "I can see that the prospect appeals to you, Watson, though I feel I should warn you that we may find ourselves confronting something that lies well beyond the scope of our usual criminal adversaries." All the more reason to approach it with open minds, Watson replied. After all, the history of human discovery is largely a record of encounters with the previously impossible. The coals in the grate pulsed with deep red light, casting warm reflections on the surfaces of their brandy glasses and highlighting the comfortable disorder that characterised their shared lodgings. Books lay open on tables, papers were scattered across Holmes's desk, and the familiar detritus of their domestic life created an atmosphere of lived-in warmth that stood in sharp contrast to the mysteries they were contemplating. Yet even as they sat in the comfort of their familiar surroundings, Watson found his thoughts drawn inexorably to the dark waters that flowed through London's heart. Somewhere beneath those murky depths, if the witnesses were to be believed, something ancient and vast was stirring. Something that had remained hidden for centuries was now revealing itself to human eyes, and the implications of that revelation were both thrilling and deeply unsettling. The clock in the hallway chimed 11, its steady notes marking the passage of time in the quiet house. Mrs. Hudson had long since retired to her rooms below, leaving the two friends alone with their thoughts and the gentle sounds of the dying fire. Outside, London had settled into its nightly rhythm, the great city breathing slowly as it prepared for sleep. Holmes set his pipe aside and reached for the photographs once more, studying them in the dim light with the intense concentration he brought to all evidence. His long fingers traced the edges of the images as if he could divine additional information through touch alone, and his grey eyes moved across the grainy surfaces with microscopic attention to detail. "There is something here," he murmured, more to himself than to Watson. "Something in the pattern of the disturbance that suggests—" He trailed off, his brow furrowing with concentration. Watson moved closer, peering over his friend's shoulder at the photographs. In the uncertain light of the dying fire, the images seemed to take on new qualities, shadows shifting and forms suggesting possibilities that had not been apparent under the brighter illumination of gas lamps. "What do you see?" Watson asked softly. Holmes held one of the photographs closer to the coals, using their red glow to illuminate details that had been hidden in shadow. "The water displacement," he said finally. "Notice how it radiates outward from a central point, but not in the random pattern you would expect from debris or driftwood. There is something deliberate about the formation, something that suggests purposeful movement rather than passive floating." Watson studied the image more carefully, trying to see what Holmes had detected in the grainy reproduction. Gradually, he began to discern what his friend meant. The disturbance in the water did indeed show a pattern that seemed too organised to be accidental, too purposeful to be explained by simple debris. Furthermore, Holmes continued, note the size of the displacement. For the water to be disturbed in such a manner would require something of tremendous bulk moving beneath the surface. Not merely large, Watson, but massive on a scale that challenges our understanding of what could exist undetected in these waters. The implication sent a small shiver through Watson's frame. The Thames, for all its size and historical significance, was hardly an ocean. It was a river that flowed through one of the world's great cities, travelled daily by countless vessels and bordered by miles of developed shoreline. The idea that something of truly massive proportions could exist in such waters without being detected seemed to defy rational explanation. Yet the evidence before them suggested that rational explanation might not be adequate to encompass whatever they were dealing with. The photographs, the witness accounts, the historical records that Holmes had uncovered all pointed towards something that existed at the very boundaries of the possible, something that challenged the comfortable certainties of Victorian scientific understanding. Holmes set the photographs aside and leaned back in his chair, his hands steepled beneath his chin in his characteristic pose of deep contemplation. The fire had burned down to mere embers now, casting a deep red glow that transformed the familiar sitting room into something ancient and mysterious. "I find myself reminded," he said softly, "of a conversation I once had with Professor Challenger regarding the possibility of survival forms that have persisted unchanged since the Earth's earliest ages. His theories regarding the continuity of ancient life in isolated environments were quite fascinating, though I confess I found them somewhat fanciful at the time." Watson settled back into his own chair, drawn by the quiet intensity of Holmes's voice and the implications of his words. Outside their windows, the fog had grown so thick that the gas lamps were barely visible through the grey shroud that had settled over London. Challenger's position, Holmes continued, was that under certain circumstances, isolation, adequate food supply, stable environmental conditions, creatures that evolved in the Earth's primordial seas might continue to exist in hidden pockets of their original habitat. He suggested that deep lakes, underground caverns connected to the sea, or even the deeper portions of ancient rivers might serve as refugia for forms of life that the rest of the world considers extinct. The idea was breathtaking in its implications. Watson tried to imagine creatures from the dawn of life on Earth, swimming in the dark depths beneath London's bustling streets, hidden from human eyes, but sharing the same waters that carried the city's commerce and supported its daily life. "Do you believe," Watson asked carefully, "that we might be dealing with such a survivor?" Holmes was quiet for a long moment, his gaze fixed on the glowing coals that were all that remained of their evening fire. When he spoke, his voice carried a note of wonder that Watson had rarely heard from the typically rational detective. "I believe, my dear Watson, that we are approaching the edges of human knowledge, where the familiar categories of criminal investigation give way to mysteries that are far more profound. Whether we are dealing with an ancient survivor, some previously unknown species, or something else entirely, I cannot say. But I am convinced that tomorrow evening's expedition will provide us with answers to questions we have barely begun to formulate." The prospect filled Watson with a mixture of excitement and trepidation that reminded him of his younger days, when the world had seemed full of undiscovered possibilities, and every horizon had promised new adventures. Age and experience had not dulled his appreciation for mystery, and the thought of venturing into unknown territory alongside his trusted friend awakened all his old enthusiasm for exploration and discovery. The clock chimed midnight, its deep notes echoing through the quiet house and marking the transition from one day to the next. The fire had died to glowing ash, and the room was growing cool as the November chill began to seep through the windows. Yet neither man seemed inclined to retire. There was something about this particular night that invited extended contemplation, as if the darkness itself was conducive to thoughts of mysteries and possibilities. Holmes rose from his chair and moved to the bookshelf that lined one wall of their sitting room. His fingers traced along the leather-bound spines until he found what he was seeking. A thick volume that Watson recognised as one of the detective's reference works on maritime history. "I thought you might find this interesting," Holmes said, returning to his chair with the book in hand. "A collection of accounts relating to unusual maritime encounters in British waters, compiled by a retired sea captain with rather more imagination than most of his profession." The detective opened the volume to a page he had obviously marked earlier, holding it so that both men could read in the dim light of the dying embers. The page contained a woodcut illustration depicting a sailing vessel in apparent distress, surrounded by what appeared to be massive tentacles emerging from churning waters. "This account," Holmes said softly, "dates from 1743. A merchant vessel sailing up the Thames toward London encountered something that the captain described as a creature of the deep, possessed of arms like unto the mightiest serpents, which did rise from the waters and embrace our vessel with such force that our timbers groaned, as if the very ship were in the grip of some titan of the sea." Watson studied the illustration carefully, noting the artist's attempt to capture both the terror of the encounter and the sheer scale of the creature described in the accompanying text. The tentacles were depicted as being of enormous thickness, wrapped around the ship's hull with crushing force, while the vessel's crew was shown in various attitudes of panic and desperation. "The captain's log," Holmes continued, "records that the encounter lasted perhaps 10 minutes before the creature released the vessel and disappeared once more beneath the surface. The ship sustained significant damage but was able to make port, where the captain's account was met with considerable scepticism, despite the physical evidence of the damaged hull." Holmes turned several pages, revealing additional accounts from different centuries. Each story bore remarkable similarities to the others, despite being separated by decades or even centuries. Ships encountered on the Thames, massive tentacles, brief, but terrifying confrontations followed by the creature's mysterious withdrawal to the depths. The pattern, Holmes observed, suggests something that surfaces periodically, perhaps in response to specific conditions or stimuli that we do not yet understand. The intervals between sightings appear to vary considerably, which may explain why these encounters have been relegated to the realm of folklore rather than serious investigation. Watson found himself studying not just the accounts but the illustrations that accompanied them. Each artist had depicted the creature somewhat differently, yet all shared certain consistent elements: the massive size, the tentacular appendages, and the sense of something ancient and alien intruding upon the familiar world of human maritime activity. "Holmes," Watson said slowly, "if such a creature has indeed been dwelling in the Thames for centuries, why would it choose to surface now? What has changed that might draw it from whatever depths it has inhabited?" The detective closed the book and set it aside, his expression thoughtful. "That is perhaps the most intriguing question of all, Watson. London has changed dramatically over the past century. The river traffic has increased exponentially, industrial activities along the banks have intensified, and the very composition of the water itself has been altered by human activity." Holmes paused, gazing toward the window where fog pressed against the glass like a living thing seeking entry. "Perhaps we have finally disturbed something that has remained undisturbed for too long. Perhaps our expansion, our constant activity along and upon the river, has reached some threshold that has provoked a response from something that has watched our growth with increasing concern." The idea was both fascinating and troubling. Watson imagined some vast intelligence dwelling in the river's depths, observing the gradual transformation of its domain as London grew from a modest settlement to one of the world's great cities. What would such a creature make of the ships that now crowded its waters, the industrial waste that clouded its ancient clarity, the endless human activity that had transformed every mile of its banks? Or perhaps, Holmes continued, his voice growing more speculative, the creature is responding to some change in its own circumstances: age, injury, the need to seek new hunting grounds. There are many factors that might prompt a previously secretive creature to reveal itself to human observation. The fog outside their window had grown so thick that it obscured everything beyond the immediate vicinity of their building. The gas lamps were reduced to dim halos of yellow light floating in a grey void, and the familiar sounds of London's nighttime activity were muffled to whispers that seemed to come from another world entirely. Watson found himself drawn to the window, pressing his palm against the cool glass as he peered into the impenetrable greyness beyond. The fog seemed to pulse with its own life, shifting and swirling in patterns that suggested movement just beyond the range of perception. Somewhere in that grey shroud, the Thames flowed on toward the sea, carrying its ancient secrets through the heart of the sleeping city. "Tomorrow evening cannot come quickly enough," Watson said softly, his breath creating a small patch of condensation on the glass. "I find myself increasingly curious about what revelations await us." Holmes joined him at the window, the two friends standing side by side in the dim light of their sitting room. The detective's reflection was ghostly in the glass, his angular features made even sharper by the interplay of firelight and shadow. "I confess to sharing your anticipation," Holmes replied, "though I suspect that what we discover may challenge our understanding of the world in ways we have not yet imagined." The night had grown very late now, and the comfortable warmth of their sitting room seemed like a sanctuary against the mysteries that waited in the fog-shrouded darkness beyond their walls. Yet even as they prepared to retire, both men found their thoughts drawn inexorably to the dark waters that flowed through London's heart, and to the possibility that something ancient and vast was stirring in those hidden depths. The morning that followed brought little relief from the fog that had shrouded London through the night. Watson woke to find their windows still obscured by the grey veil, and the city beyond seemed muffled and distant, as if the entire metropolis had been wrapped in cotton wool. The familiar sounds of street vendors, carriages, and pedestrians were reduced to whispers that drifted through the mist like voices from a half-remembered dream. Holmes was already awake when Watson emerged from his bedroom, standing by the sitting-room window with a cup of tea in his hands and an expression of intense concentration on his face. He had dressed with his usual care, but there was something different about his demeanour this morning, a quality of focused anticipation that suggested his mind was already engaged with the evening's planned expedition. "Good morning, Watson," Holmes said without turning from the window. "I trust you slept well, despite the rather unusual atmospheric conditions." Watson accepted a cup of tea from the service Mrs. Hudson had left on their table, grateful for the warmth that spread through his hands and the familiar comfort of their morning ritual. Outside, the fog pressed against their windows like a living thing, reducing the world beyond to shapes and suggestions that seemed to shift and change whenever observed directly. "Reasonably well," Watson replied, settling into his chair near the fire, though I confess to having rather vivid dreams involving tentacles and dark water. I suspect our conversation last evening may have affected my subconscious more than I initially realised. Holmes turned from the window with a slight smile, his grey eyes bright with the particular enthusiasm that always marked the beginning of a new investigation. He moved with fluid grace to his own chair, settling into the familiar surroundings with the ease of long habit. "Dreams often provide insights that our waking minds miss," the detective observed. "I would be interested to hear what specific details your subconscious may have conjured." Watson considered the fragments he could recall from his night's rest. Images of vast shapes moving beneath dark water, the sense of something immense and alien watching from hidden depths. The feeling of standing on the edge of discoveries that would change everything he thought he knew about the world. "Nothing particularly coherent," he admitted. "More impressions than specific images. But there was a sense of antiquity, I suppose, as if whatever we might encounter has been present far longer than human civilization, watching and waiting for reasons we cannot comprehend." Holmes nodded thoughtfully, his fingers steepled beneath his chin in his characteristic pose of deep contemplation. "An interesting observation, and one that aligns with the historical patterns I have been researching. If the accounts we reviewed last evening are accurate, we may indeed be dealing with something that has observed the rise and fall of empires from its hidden vantage point beneath the Thames." The fire crackled softly in the grate, providing a warm counterpoint to the grey chill that seemed to permeate the fog-shrouded morning. Mrs. Hudson's breakfast preparations could be heard from the kitchen below, the familiar sounds of domestic routine providing a reassuring anchor to the everyday world, even as their conversation ventured into realms of mystery and possibility. Holmes rose and moved to his desk, where a collection of papers and books had accumulated during his research of the previous day. His movements were precise and purposeful as he sorted through the materials, selecting items that had clearly caught his attention during his investigations. "I spent several hours last evening, after you retired, corresponding with various maritime authorities and historical societies," he said, holding up a small stack of telegrams and letters. "The responses have been most illuminating, though in ways I had not entirely anticipated." Watson set down his teacup and moved closer, drawn by the familiar excitement that accompanied Holmes's research activities. The detective's ability to extract information from diverse sources and synthesize it into meaningful patterns was one of his most remarkable talents, and Watson had learned to pay careful attention whenever his friend announced new discoveries. "What manner of illumination?" Watson asked. Holmes selected one of the telegrams and held it so that Watson could read the text alongside him. The message was brief but intriguing, sent from the Maritime Records Office and bearing the previous evening's timestamp. "Reference your inquiry regarding Thames anomalies. Stop similar patterns. Recorded. Bristol Channel 1874. Stop also 7 Estuary 1861. Stop. Suggest consultation. Professor Blackwood. Royal Maritime Museum. Stop. Urgent attention recommended. Stop." Watson read the message twice, absorbing the implications of what it suggested. The idea that similar incidents had occurred in other British waterways added a new dimension to their investigation, suggesting that whatever they were dealing with might not be confined to the Thames alone. "Additional incidents," Watson mused. "The pattern may be broader than we initially suspected." "Indeed," Holmes agreed, setting the telegram aside and reaching for another document. "This letter from Professor Blackwood arrived by special delivery this morning, in response to my inquiry of yesterday evening. The letter was written in a precise scholarly hand on the letterhead of the Royal Maritime Museum. Watson noted that it was dated the previous evening and marked for urgent delivery, suggesting that Professor Blackwood had considered Holmes's inquiry to be of considerable importance. "My dear Mr. Holmes," the letter began, "your telegram regarding recent Thames anomalies has arrived at a most fortuitous moment. I have been researching similar phenomena for several years, though until now I have found few individuals willing to consider my findings with the seriousness they merit. The incidents you describe fit a pattern that extends far beyond the Thames, encompassing waterways throughout Britain, and indeed much of northwestern Europe. My research suggests that we may be observing the periodic surfacing of creatures that have remained hidden in deep water refugia for extraordinary periods of time. I would very much like to meet with you at your earliest convenience to share my findings and to learn more about your current investigation. The implications, I believe, extend far beyond simple maritime curiosities and touch upon questions of natural history that could revolutionize our understanding of life on Earth. I remain, sir, your most interested colleague, Professor Edmund Blackwood, Royal Maritime Museum." Watson felt a thrill of excitement as he absorbed the contents of the letter. The idea that their investigation might be part of a larger pattern of discovery was both exhilarating and slightly overwhelming. What had begun as a local mystery involving unusual incidents on the Thames was apparently connected to phenomena that spanned multiple countries and potentially centuries of hidden history. Holmes folded the letter carefully and set it aside with the other correspondence. His expression was thoughtful, and Watson could see that he was already formulating plans for incorporating this new information into their investigation. "I have arranged to meet with Professor Blackwood this afternoon," Holmes said. "His expertise may prove invaluable in understanding what we might encounter this evening. In the meantime, I suggest we pay a visit to the scene of last night's most recent incident. The prospect of examining physical evidence was appealing, and Watson found himself eager to apply his medical training to whatever traces might remain of the mysterious encounters. The morning fog would provide excellent cover for their investigations, allowing them to examine the areas in question without attracting unwanted attention from curious observers. Holmes moved to the window once more, gazing out at the grey shroud that continued to envelop London. The fog showed no signs of lifting, creating an atmosphere that seemed perfectly suited to their mysterious investigation. The familiar city had been transformed into something alien and otherworldly, where familiar landmarks became ghostly suggestions, and every shadow might conceal secrets waiting to be discovered. "The fog may actually work to our advantage," Holmes observed. "It will allow us to examine the docking areas without interference, and it may also encourage our mysterious visitor to reveal itself more readily this evening. Many deep-water creatures are more active during periods of reduced visibility." Watson collected his coat and medical bag, the familiar weight of his instruments providing a reassuring connection to the rational world of scientific investigation. Whatever mysteries awaited them, he was determined to approach them with the same methodical attention to detail that had served him well throughout his medical career. The journey to the Thames embankment proved to be an adventure in itself. The fog had transformed London into a maze of half-glimpsed landmarks and muffled sounds, where familiar streets became uncertain pathways, and even the most experienced cabbie moved with unusual caution. Their hansom cab proceeded at a careful pace, the driver calling out periodic warnings to other vehicles that materialized and vanished in the grey shroud like ships passing in the night. Holmes sat forward in his seat, his sharp eyes scanning the fog-shrouded landscape for details that might prove significant to their investigation. Even in these obscured conditions, the detective's powers of observation remained undiminished, and Watson knew that he was cataloguing every sound, every movement, every subtle variation in the fog's density for potential future relevance. When they finally reached the embankment near London Bridge, the fog had created an atmosphere that was both ethereal and vaguely menacing. The Thames was completely invisible beyond the stone railing, hidden beneath a grey blanket that seemed to muffle even the sound of the flowing water. Gas lamps flickered like distant stars in the murky air, providing just enough illumination to suggest the presence of familiar structures without revealing their actual forms. Holmes led the way to the mooring area where the Catherine Marie had been discovered 3 nights earlier. The dock was deserted in the fog, its usual bustle of activity reduced to occasional shadows that moved like ghosts through the grey veil. Their footsteps echoed strangely in the muffled air, creating sounds that seemed to come from multiple directions at once. The detective knelt beside the wooden planking where the damaged vessel had been secured, his magnifying glass catching the dim light as he examined the area with microscopic attention. Watson stood nearby, his medical bag ready should any physical evidence require professional analysis, while his eyes swept the fog-shrouded dock for any signs of the unusual. "Interesting," Holmes murmured, his voice barely audible above the gentle lap of invisible water against the dock pilings. "The wood shows clear signs of pressure damage, but the pattern is unlike anything I have encountered in previous maritime investigations." Watson knelt beside his friend, peering at the planking through the detective's magnifying glass. Even in the poor light he could see what Holmes had detected, deep grooves in the wood that showed a curved organic pattern, unlike the straight lines that would be created by conventional maritime equipment. "The pressure was applied in a rapping motion," Holmes continued, his finger tracing the pattern in the air above the damaged wood. "Something large and flexible, capable of exerting tremendous force while conforming to the shape of the surface it was gripping." And the implication sent a small shiver through Watson's frame. The idea that something capable of damaging heavy wooden planking with mere pressure was dwelling in the Thames was both fascinating and deeply unsettling. He found himself glancing nervously toward the invisible water, wondering if even now they might be observed by eyes that had watched from the depths for centuries uncounted. Holmes rose and moved along the dock, his examination methodical and thorough despite the challenging conditions. The fog swirled around them like a living thing, occasionally lifting enough to reveal glimpses of the river's surface before closing in again to obscure everything beyond arm's reach. "Watson," Holmes called softly from a position several yards away, "I believe you should examine this." Watson made his way carefully along the fog-slick planking to where Holmes was kneeling beside what appeared to be a section of damaged railing. The iron had been bent and twisted in a manner that spoke of tremendous force applied from below, as if something had risen from the water with sufficient power to deform the metal barriers that protected pedestrians from the river. "The metal shows signs of contact with something organic," Holmes observed, pointing to dark stains that were barely visible in the dim light. "Some form of secretion, perhaps, or simply river water mixed with biological material." Watson opened his medical bag and retrieved a small sample container, carefully scraping a portion of the stained material from the twisted iron. The substance had a peculiar consistency, neither fully liquid nor completely solid, and there was an odour about it that was unfamiliar yet somehow ancient, like the smell of deep ocean caves or tidal pools that had been undisturbed for countless years. "I'll have this analysed as soon as we return to Baker Street," Watson said, sealing the container carefully, "though I suspect conventional chemistry may not provide us with definitive answers." Holmes nodded, his attention already focused on other aspects of the scene. The detective's ability to extract information from physical evidence was remarkable under normal conditions, but the fog and poor lighting were testing even his exceptional skills. They continued their examination of the dock area for another hour, collecting additional samples and documenting the various signs of unusual activity that remained from the previous incidents. The fog never lifted, maintaining its grey shroud over their investigation and creating an atmosphere that seemed perfectly suited to contemplation of mysteries that lay beyond the boundaries of everyday experience. As they prepared to leave the embankment, Watson found himself reluctant to abandon their vantage point beside the hidden river. There was something hypnotic about standing at the edge of the invisible Thames, knowing that somewhere beneath the fog-obscured surface, ancient secrets were waiting to be revealed. Holmes seemed to sense his friend's mood, for the detective paused beside the damaged railing and gazed out into the grey void where the river flowed unseen toward the distant sea. "This evening," Holmes said softly, "we will return with better equipment and the advantage of Captain Morrison's expertise. Whatever mysteries these waters conceal, I believe we are on the verge of significant discoveries." The afternoon meeting with Professor Blackwood proved to be even more illuminating than Holmes had anticipated. The scholar received them in his cramped office at the Royal Maritime Museum, surrounded by charts, books, and specimens that spoke of a lifetime dedicated to understanding the mysteries of the sea. Professor Blackwood was a man of perhaps 60 years, with the weathered complexion of someone who had spent considerable time aboard ships, and the intense eyes of a researcher who had encountered phenomena that challenged conventional scientific understanding. His office was a fascinating collection of maritime artifacts, ancient maps, and preserved specimens that created an atmosphere of scholarly investigation mixed with nautical adventure. "Gentlemen," Professor Blackwood said, rising to greet them with obvious enthusiasm, "I cannot express how gratified I am by your interest in these phenomena. For too many years, I have been pursuing these investigations in isolation, dismissed by colleagues who prefer to limit their studies to well-documented and easily explainable phenomena." The professor's manner was that of a man who had finally found kindred spirits, willing to consider possibilities that others rejected out of hand. He moved about his cluttered office with the energy of someone half his age, gathering materials and arranging them on his desk with the practiced efficiency of a lecturer preparing to share his most important discoveries. Holmes settled into one of the chairs Professor Blackwood indicated, his sharp eyes already cataloguing the various artifacts and documents that surrounded them. Watson took the remaining chair, his medical bag at his feet, and his notebook ready to record whatever information the professor might share. "Your telegram," Professor Blackwood continued, returning to his seat behind a desk that was covered with charts and specimens, mentioned recent incidents on the Thames involving encounters with large tentacled creatures. Such accounts are far more common than most people realise, though they are rarely taken seriously by official authorities. The professor opened a large ledger that was filled with meticulous handwriting and detailed sketches. Watson could see that it represented years of careful research, documenting incidents from locations throughout Britain and beyond. "My own investigations," Professor Blackwood explained, "began more than 20 years ago with a chance encounter during a research expedition to the Orkney Islands. We were collecting specimens in the deep waters north of Scotland when our equipment detected something of extraordinary size moving beneath our vessel." The professor's eyes grew distant as he recalled the incident, and Watson could see that the memory remained vivid despite the passage of decades. "The creature, for lack of a better term, approached our ship with what appeared to be curiosity rather than aggression. Several members of our party observed massive tentacles that explored our hull for perhaps 10 minutes before the creature withdrew to the depths. The entire encounter was documented in our official reports, though those reports were subsequently buried in the archives and dismissed as the product of overactive imaginations." Holmes leaned forward, his interest clearly piqued by the professor's account. "You mentioned that such incidents are more common than generally realised. What patterns have you identified in your research?" Professor Blackwood turned several pages in his ledger, revealing charts and maps that were marked with dates and locations scattered across the British Isles and beyond. "The sightings follow several distinct patterns," he explained, his finger tracing routes on one of the charts. "First, they tend to occur in deep waterways that have connections to the open ocean, major rivers, estuaries, and coastal areas where fresh and salt water intermingle." Watson studied the marked locations, noting that they included virtually every major waterway in Britain. The Thames, Severn, Mersey, and dozens of smaller rivers were all represented, along with coastal areas from Cornwall to Scotland. "Second," the professor continued, "the incidents appear to follow temporal patterns that may be linked to tidal cycles, seasonal changes, or even longer periodicities that span multiple decades. I have identified what appears to be a roughly 30-year cycle in the frequency of encounters, with peak activity occurring during periods of unusual environmental stress. The implications were fascinating and troubling in equal measure. Watson found himself imagining creatures that had developed behavioural patterns spanning multiple human generations, following rhythms that were tied to natural cycles largely invisible to human observation. And third," Professor Blackwood said, his voice growing more serious, The encounters appear to be increasing in frequency and boldness over the past several decades. Where once these creatures seemed content to remain hidden in the deepest waters, they now venture into areas of significant human activity, with apparent disregard for the potential consequences. Holmes steepled his fingers beneath his chin, his grey eyes reflecting the same intensity Watson had seen when the detective was confronting particularly complex problems. "What do you believe accounts for this change in behaviour?" Holmes asked. Professor Blackwood was quiet for a moment, clearly considering how to phrase his response. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of years spent contemplating questions that had no easy answers. "I believe we are witnessing the effects of human activity on ecosystems that have remained stable for millennia," he said finally. "Our industrial expansion, our alteration of waterways, our introduction of new forms of pollution and disruption. All of these factors may be forcing creatures that have remained hidden to seek new territories or to defend domains that are increasingly threatened by human encroachment." The idea was both logical and deeply unsettling. Watson imagined ancient creatures watching from hidden depths as their world was gradually transformed by human activity, finally reaching some threshold that prompted them to reveal themselves rather than retreat further into isolation. "Furthermore," Professor Blackwood continued, opening another section of his ledger, "I have reason to believe that these creatures possess intelligence that may equal or exceed our own. The patterns of their appearances, the careful way they avoid direct confrontation while making their presence known, the apparent coordination between incidents across widely separated geographical areas, all of these factors suggest deliberate strategic behaviour, rather than simple animal instinct." The professor showed them detailed charts comparing incident reports from different locations and time periods. Watson could see what the scholar meant about apparent coordination. The timing and nature of encounters showed patterns that seemed too organised to be coincidental. Holmes studied the charts with obvious fascination, his analytical mind clearly engaged with the complex patterns Professor Blackwood had identified. "If your analysis is correct," Holmes said slowly, "then we may be dealing with something far more significant than isolated encounters with unusual wildlife. We may be witnessing the first stages of contact with intelligences that have remained hidden since before the beginning of recorded history." Professor Blackwood nodded gravely. "That is precisely my conclusion, Mr. Holmes, and I fear that our response to these initial contacts may determine whether future encounters remain peaceful or become increasingly confrontational." The weight of that possibility settled over the room like a heavy blanket. Watson found himself contemplating the implications of a world where humanity was not the only intelligence capable of complex strategic thought. The idea was simultaneously thrilling and terrifying, opening possibilities for discovery and understanding, while also suggesting dangers that human civilization was unprepared to face. "What do you recommend?" Watson asked. "How should we approach tonight's expedition in light of what you have shared with us?" Professor Blackwood leaned back in his chair, his weathered hands folded on the desk before him. "Approach with respect, gentlemen. If you do encounter one of these creatures, remember that you may be participating in a moment of first contact between two intelligent species. Your actions could influence the course of that relationship for generations to come." The afternoon was waning when Holmes and Watson finally left the Royal Maritime Museum, their minds filled with possibilities and implications that extended far beyond their original investigation. The fog had lifted somewhat, revealing glimpses of London's familiar streets, while maintaining an atmosphere of mystery that seemed appropriate to their extraordinary circumstances. As they made their way back toward Baker Street, Watson found himself observing the city with new eyes. The Thames flowed through London's heart like a great artery, connecting the present moment to depths of history that suddenly seemed far more complex and mysterious than he had ever imagined. Somewhere beneath those dark waters, ancient intelligences might be watching, waiting, making decisions that could shape the future of human civilization. Holmes walked beside him in contemplative silence, the detective's sharp mind clearly engaged with the strategic challenges that lay ahead. Their evening expedition had taken on new dimensions of significance, transformed from a simple investigation into a potential encounter with forms of life that had existed in secret since before the foundations of London were laid. The gas lamps were beginning to flicker to life as evening approached, casting their familiar golden glow across the fog-drifted streets. Soon, Watson reflected, they would return to those dark waters where mysteries older than human memory waited to be revealed. The prospect filled him with a mixture of excitement and trepidation that reminded him of his younger days, when the world had seemed full of undiscovered possibilities and every horizon had promised new adventures. As they approached their familiar lodgings at Baker Street, both men found their thoughts drawn inexorably toward the evening that lay ahead, and toward the possibility that their understanding of the world was about to be changed forever. The evening mist began to rise from the Thames just as the sun disappeared behind London's smoky horizon, creating an atmosphere that seemed perfectly suited to mysterious encounters and ancient revelations. Holmes and Watson made their final preparations in the golden glow of their sitting room, checking equipment and reviewing plans with the methodical care that years of partnership had taught them to bring to any potentially dangerous enterprise. Holmes had assembled an impressive array of tools for their expedition: waterproof cameras, underwater illumination devices, specimen containers, and various instruments for measuring and recording environmental conditions. His movements were precise and deliberate as he packed each item, the detective's mind clearly focused on the challenges that might await them on the dark waters of the Thames. Watson prepared his medical supplies with equal care, including materials for treating injuries that might result from encounters with unknown creatures, as well as equipment for analysing any biological samples they might be able to collect. His military experience had taught him the value of thorough preparation, and he was determined to be ready for any contingencies their investigation might reveal. "Captain Morrison will meet us at Westminster Pier in 1 hour, Holmes said, checking his pocket watch in the lamplight. He has arranged for a patrol boat equipped with searchlights and diving apparatus, should either prove necessary during our investigation. The prospect of venturing onto the Thames at night, armed with scientific equipment and accompanied by experienced river police, should have been reassuring. Yet Watson found himself experiencing the same mixture of excitement and apprehension that had marked the beginning of their most challenging cases. There was something about this particular mystery that seemed to promise discoveries far beyond the scope of their usual criminal investigations. Holmes moved to the window, gazing out at the fog-shrouded street below, where gas lamps created islands of warm light in the gathering darkness. His angular profile was sharp against the gentle illumination of their sitting room, and Watson could see that the detective's mind was already engaged with the evening's possibilities. "Watson," Holmes said softly, his voice carrying a note of unusual seriousness, "I feel I should warn you that tonight's expedition may expose us to phenomena that lie well beyond our previous experience. Professor Blackwood's research suggests that we may be dealing with intelligences that have remained hidden from human observation for extraordinary periods of time." Watson joined his friend at the window, the two of them standing side by side as they had so many times before, preparing to venture into unknown territory in pursuit of truth. The street below was quiet in the evening mist, with only occasional pedestrians hurrying past like shadows in the amber glow of the street lamps. "I understand," Watson replied, "though I confess that the prospect of such an encounter fills me with as much excitement as trepidation. The possibility of discovering forms of life that have existed in secret for centuries is both thrilling and humbling." Holmes smiled, and for a moment his expression held something of the enthusiasm that had marked their early adventures together, when the world had seemed full of mysteries waiting to be solved through the application of logic and careful observation. "Whatever we encounter tonight," Holmes said, "I believe we will remember this evening as marking a significant moment in human understanding of the natural world. We may be about to witness the emergence of secrets that have remained hidden since before the beginning of recorded history." The clock in the hallway chimed 8 times, marking the appointed hour for their departure. Holmes collected his equipment with practiced efficiency, while Watson gathered his medical supplies and the various instruments they might need for documenting their discoveries. Mrs. Hudson wished them well from the doorway, though her expression suggested that she found their evening plans somewhat more mysterious than their usual investigations. The journey to Westminster Pier through the fog-shrouded streets of London took on the quality of a passage between worlds. The familiar city had been transformed by the evening mist into something ancient and otherworldly, where gas lamps floated like distant stars in a grey void, and the sounds of normal urban activity were muffled to whispers that seemed to come from another realm entirely. Captain Morrison was waiting for them at the pier, a sturdy man of middle years whose weathered face spoke of decades spent patrolling London's waterways. He greeted them with professional courtesy, tinged with the wariness of someone who had agreed to participate in an investigation that challenged his understanding of the possible. "Good evening, gentlemen," Captain Morrison said, his voice carrying the authority of long experience with the Thames and its moods. "I have the patrol boat ready and fully equipped as requested, though I must confess the conditions tonight are rather more atmospheric than I would prefer for this sort of work." The fog had indeed grown thicker as evening progressed, transforming the Thames into an invisible presence that could be heard and sensed but not seen. The dark water lapped against the pier with gentle regularity, while the fog swirled above its surface in patterns that suggested movement just beyond the range of perception. Holmes thanked Captain Morrison for his assistance and began transferring their equipment to the patrol boat, a sturdy vessel equipped with powerful searchlights and various instruments for navigation and communication. The boat rocked gently at its moorings, and Watson could hear the quiet rumble of the engine as the captain prepared for their departure into the fog-shrouded night. "Where would you gentlemen like to begin our search?" Captain Morrison asked as they settled into the boat and prepared to cast off from the pier. Holmes consulted a chart he'd prepared earlier, marking the locations of the recent incidents with careful precision. "I suggest we begin with the area near London Bridge, where Catherine Marie encountered difficulties 3 nights ago. From there, we can proceed downstream toward the sites of the subsequent incidents." Captain Morrison nodded and guided the boat away from the pier, the engine settling into a steady rhythm as they moved into the fog-shrouded river. The searchlights cut through the mist like swords of white fire, revealing brief glimpses of the water's surface, while leaving everything beyond their immediate vicinity wrapped in grey mystery. The Thames at night, hidden beneath its blanket of fog, possessed a quality that Watson had never experienced during daylight navigation. The familiar landmarks of London were invisible, suggested only by the occasional glow of gas lamps that penetrated the mist, or the distant sound of activity from the unseen shores. They seemed to be travelling through a world that existed between the familiar reality of Victorian London and something far more ancient and mysterious. Holmes stood near the bow of the boat, his sharp eyes scanning the fog-obscured water for any signs of unusual activity. The detectives' equipment was arranged within easy reach, ready to document whatever phenomena they might encounter during their investigation. "The fog is actually working to our advantage," Holmes observed, his voice carrying clearly in the muffled atmosphere. "Many deep-water species are more active during periods of reduced visibility, and our mysterious visitor may be more likely to reveal itself under these conditions." Captain Morrison guided the boat with expert precision through the invisible waterway, his long experience with the Thames allowing him to navigate safely despite the challenging conditions. The steady rumble of the engine and the gentle splash of water against the hull created a hypnotic rhythm that seemed to lull the fog-shrouded city into deeper slumber. As they approached the area where the Catherine Marie had been found, Holmes signalled for Captain Morrison to reduce speed and begin a systematic search pattern. The searchlights swept the water surface in broad arcs, revealing glimpses of the Thames that sparkled briefly before disappearing once more into the grey void. Watson found himself straining his senses for any indication of unusual activity, his medical training having taught him to observe subtle changes in environment and behaviour that might signal the presence of something significant. The fog seemed to muffle not only sound but all sensory input, creating an atmosphere of heightened anticipation where every shadow might conceal revelations. "There," Holmes said suddenly, his voice sharp with excitement. "Captain Morrison, if you would direct the searchlight toward the starboard bow." The bright beam swung toward the indicated area, illuminating a section of water that showed clear signs of disturbance. The surface was agitated in a circular pattern, perhaps 30 feet in diameter, with gentle swells radiating outward from a central point that suggested something large moving beneath the fog-obscured depths. Watson felt his pulse quicken as he observed the phenomenon. The disturbance was too organised to be explained by debris or normal river currents, and there was something about the pattern that suggested purposeful movement rather than random agitation. "Can you maintain our position here?" Holmes asked Captain Morrison, his hands already busy with the camera equipment he had brought for documenting their discoveries. The captain adjusted the boat's engine and steering to hold their position relative to the disturbance, while Holmes worked quickly to photograph the phenomenon from multiple angles. The camera flashes created brief, stark illuminations that revealed details lost in the steadier glow of the searchlights. "Watson," Holmes called softly, "you might want to prepare your specimen collection equipment. I believe we may shortly have opportunities to gather physical evidence." Watson opened his medical bag and retrieved the containers and instruments he had prepared for collecting samples, his hands steady despite the excitement that was building in his chest. The possibility of obtaining actual physical evidence of whatever was creating these disturbances was both thrilling and slightly overwhelming. The water disturbance seemed to be growing larger, the circular pattern expanding until it encompassed an area perhaps 50 feet in diameter. The gentle swells continued to radiate outward from the centre, and occasionally Watson thought he glimpsed something dark and substantial moving just beneath the surface. "Gentlemen," Captain Morrison said, his voice carrying a note of professional caution, "I'm seeing readings on my depth instruments that don't match the known characteristics of this section of the river." Holmes looked up from his camera work, his grey eyes bright with interest. "What sort of readings?" "The sounder is detecting something large and solid moving approximately 20 feet beneath our keel," the captain replied, his weathered hands steady on the boat's controls despite the unusual nature of his report. "Something considerably larger than any known species of fish that inhabits these waters." The implication sent a thrill of excitement through Watson's frame. The idea that their mysterious visitor was actually present, moving beneath their boat at that very moment, transformed their investigation from theoretical pursuit into immediate reality. Holmes moved to examine the depth-finding equipment, his analytical mind immediately engaged with the technical data that Captain Morrison's instruments were providing. The detective's ability to extract meaning from diverse sources of information was one of his most remarkable talents, and Watson could see that he was already formulating theories based on what the sounder was revealing. "The object appears to be moving in a deliberate pattern," Holmes observed, studying the instrument readings carefully. "Not the random movement one would expect from a large fish, but something that suggests conscious navigation and exploration." As if in response to Holmes's words, the water disturbance began to change character. The gentle swells gave way to more pronounced agitation, and suddenly a section of the Thames erupted in a fountain of spray that caught the searchlight and sparkled like liquid diamonds in the fog-shrouded night. Watson gripped the boat's railing as the vessel rocked in response to the water displacement, his eyes fixed on the area where something vast and dark was rising from the depths of the river. The fog swirled around the emerging form, creating an atmosphere of mystery and revelation that seemed perfectly suited to what was clearly a moment of extraordinary discovery. "My God," Captain Morrison breathed, his voice barely audible above the sound of disturbed water and the boat's engine. "In 30 years on this river, I have never seen anything like this." Holmes worked frantically with his camera equipment, capturing image after image as the creature continued to emerge from the Thames. The detective's movements were precise and deliberate despite the excitement of the moment, his scientific training allowing him to document the encounter even as his mind struggled to process the implications of what they were witnessing. Watson found himself face to face with something that challenged every assumption he had ever made about the natural world. The creature that was rising from the fog-shrouded Thames was magnificent and alien in equal measure, possessed of a grace and intelligence that spoke of evolutionary pathways far different from anything in human experience. The tentacles that emerged first from the water were indeed massive, each one easily 2 feet in diameter and glistening with moisture that caught the searchlight in patterns of silver and deep purple. They moved with fluid grace, exploring the air above the water's surface with what appeared to be curious delicacy rather than aggressive intent. Watson watched in fascination as more of the creature revealed itself, each new detail adding to the sense that they were witnessing something both ancient and utterly alien to human experience. The skin of the tentacles showed complex patterns of coloration that shifted and changed in the searchlight, creating displays that seemed almost hypnotic in their beauty and complexity. "It's magnificent," Watson whispered, his voice filled with wonder rather than fear. The creature's movements were so graceful, so clearly purposeful, that it was impossible to view it as merely an animal. There was intelligence in every gesture, consciousness behind every exploration of the strange new environment it had entered. Holmes continued his careful documentation, his camera capturing image after image, while his keen eyes observed details that would be crucial for later analysis. The detective's scientific training was evident in his methodical approach, even as his natural curiosity was clearly captivated by what they were witnessing. More of the creature emerged from the fog-shrouded depths, revealing a body of extraordinary size and complexity. Watson estimated that the visible portion alone was perhaps 40 feet in length, though much of the creature remained hidden beneath the dark waters of the Thames. The skin showed the same shifting patterns of coloration as the tentacles, creating displays of purple, silver and deep blue that seemed to pulse with their own internal rhythm. "Captain Morrison," Holmes said quietly, his voice steady despite the extraordinary nature of their situation, "can you maintain our position without approaching closer? I believe our visitor may be as curious about us as we are about it." The experienced river captain nodded, his weathered hands steady on the boat's controls despite the unprecedented nature of what they were observing. "I, Mr. Holmes, will hold position and let it make the first moves." The creature seemed to sense their presence, several of its massive tentacles turning toward the boat with movements that were clearly investigative rather than threatening. Watson could see what appeared to be sensory organs along the length of each appendage, complex structures that were probably analysing their scent, their movement, perhaps even the vibrations of their engine and their voices. One of the tentacles approached the boat slowly, moving through the fog-laden air with extraordinary precision. Watson found himself holding his breath as the massive appendage came within arm's reach of their vessel, close enough that he could observe the intricate details of its surface structure and the complex patterns of coloration that continued to shift and flow like living art. "Remarkable," Holmes murmured, his voice filled with scientific excitement. "The creature appears to be using chromatophore cells similar to those found in cephalopods, but on a scale that suggests evolutionary adaptations far beyond anything previously documented." The tentacle hovered near the boat's railing for several moments, clearly studying the strange vessel and its occupants with what appeared to be genuine curiosity. Watson could sense intelligence behind the exploration, consciousness that was trying to understand what manner of beings they might be, and what their presence in its domain might signify. Then, as gently as it had approached, the tentacle withdrew, followed by the others in a graceful sequence that spoke of perfect coordination and control. The creature began to submerge once more, its massive form disappearing beneath the fog-shrouded surface with barely a ripple to mark its passage. "Wait," Watson called softly, though he was not sure what he hoped to accomplish. There was something about the creature's departure that felt premature, as if important communications had been left unfinished. Holmes lowered his camera and moved to the boat's railing, his grey eyes scanning the water where the creature had vanished. "I believe it will return," he said quietly. The encounter felt more like an initial investigation than a final departure. It was learning about us, just as we were learning about it. Captain Morrison adjusted the boat's position slightly, keeping their searchlights trained on the area where the creature had disappeared while maintaining the respectful distance that Holmes had requested. The fog continued to swirl around them, creating an atmosphere that seemed perfectly suited to encounters between different forms of intelligence. Watson found himself reviewing every detail of what they had witnessed, his medical training helping him catalogue the creature's physical characteristics while his imagination struggled to comprehend the implications of its obvious intelligence and awareness. They had clearly been observed and evaluated, subjected to careful study by something that possessed cognitive abilities that might rival or exceed human intelligence. "Holmes," Watson said softly, "did you notice the way it approached us?" There was nothing random or instinctive about its movements. Every gesture seemed calculated to gather information while avoiding any action that might be interpreted as threatening. The detective nodded, his sharp mind clearly engaged with the same observations. "Indeed, Watson, we have just participated in what may have been first contact between human beings and an intelligence that has remained hidden for extraordinary periods of time. The creature's behaviour suggests not only consciousness, but sophisticated social awareness." The implications were staggering. Watson tried to imagine what it might mean for humanity to share the world with intelligences that had existed in secret for centuries or millennia, watching human civilization develop while remaining carefully concealed in the depths of the Earth's waterways. "If Professor Blackwood's research is accurate," Holmes continued, "this creature may be part of a network of intelligences that spans continents, perhaps even global in scope. We may have just encountered a representative of a civilization that predates human history by vast periods of time." The water began to show signs of disturbance once more, gentle swells that suggested the creature's return to the area near their boat. This time, however, the emergence was different, more deliberate, more clearly structured as a conscious decision to reveal itself, rather than a simple investigation of the strange visitors to its domain. The creature rose from the depths with movements that seemed almost ceremonial in their precision and grace. More of its body became visible this time, revealing the extraordinary complexity of its form and the sophisticated control it exercised over its massive bulk. Watson estimated that they were seeing perhaps half of the creature's total size, and even that partial revelation was breathtaking in its implications. "It's beautiful," Watson whispered. And indeed there was something magnificent about the creature's presence that transcended simple scientific interest. The patterns of coloration that flowed across its skin, the perfect coordination of its movements, the obvious intelligence behind every gesture, all combined to create an impression of something that was both alien and deeply, mysteriously familiar. Holmes had resumed his documentation, but Watson could see that the detective was as moved by the creature's beauty as by its scientific significance. There was something about the encounter that reached beyond rational analysis into realms of wonder and recognition that touched the very foundations of human consciousness. The creature remained at the surface longer this time, allowing them extended observation while it continued its own careful study of their boat and its occupants. Several tentacles moved through the fog-laden air with exploratory precision, while others remained beneath the water's surface, presumably maintaining the creature's stability and position. Watson found himself trying to communicate across the vast gulf that separated their species, raising his hand in a gesture of greeting that he hoped might be interpreted as peaceful recognition rather than threat. To his amazement, one of the creature's tentacles responded with a movement that seemed almost like a mirror of his gesture, a graceful acknowledgement that sent thrills of excitement through his entire being. "Did you see that?" Watson asked breathlessly. "It responded to my greeting. It recognized the communicative intent behind the gesture." Holmes had observed the exchange as well, and his expression showed the same excitement that Watson was feeling. "We are clearly dealing with intelligence of a high order," the detective said. "The creature is not merely investigating us as strange objects in its environment. It is attempting to establish some form of communication protocol." The implications of that possibility were staggering. Watson imagined conversations that might bridge the enormous evolutionary gap between species, exchanges of knowledge that could revolutionize human understanding of life on Earth and perhaps beyond. They were potentially witnessing the first tentative steps toward communication between humanity and intelligences that had remained hidden since before the beginning of recorded history. The creature maintained its position near their boat for several more minutes, during which time both Holmes and Watson attempted various simple gestures and movements designed to convey peaceful intent and curiosity. Each attempt seemed to evoke some response from the creature, subtle movements or changes in coloration that suggested awareness of their communicative efforts. Then, as smoothly as it had emerged, the creature began to withdraw once more into the depths of the Thames. This departure felt different from the first, more final perhaps, but also more complete in some indefinable way. Watson had the sense that important information had been exchanged, even if they could not yet interpret its full significance. "Will we see it again?" Watson asked, as the last traces of the creature disappeared beneath the fog-shrouded surface. Holmes was quiet for a moment, his analytical mind clearly processing everything they had witnessed while attempting to predict future developments. When he spoke, his voice carried a note of confident anticipation. "I believe tonight was merely the beginning," he said. "We have established contact, demonstrated peaceful intent, and shown our willingness to approach this relationship with respect rather than aggression. The creature will return, and when it does, I suspect it will bring others of its kind." Captain Morrison had remained silent throughout most of the encounter, his experienced eyes taking in details that his long familiarity with the Thames allowed him to interpret in ways that might not be apparent to land-based observers. When he finally spoke, his voice carried the weight of professional assessment mixed with personal wonder. "In all my years patrolling these waters," he said slowly, "I have never seen anything that approached what we witnessed tonight. But I can tell you this, that creature has been living in the Thames for far longer than any of us realized. Some of the stories the old-timers tell, the tales that we always dismissed as the products of too much gin and too little sleep, I believe we may need to reconsider those stories in light of what we've seen." The journey back to Westminster Pier passed in contemplative silence, each member of their small expedition lost in thoughts about the extraordinary encounter they had shared. The fog continued to shroud London in its grey embrace, but somehow the city seemed changed by what they had experienced on its ancient river. Watson found himself looking at the familiar landmarks with new eyes, seeing not just the Victorian metropolis that was the pride of the British Empire, but an older, deeper reality, where ancient intelligences had watched human civilization develop from hidden vantage points beneath the dark waters that flowed through the heart of the growing city. Holmes sat quietly in the bow of the boat, his hands steady on the camera equipment while his mind clearly worked to integrate their discoveries into frameworks of understanding that could encompass both scientific rationality and the profound mystery they had encountered. Watson knew that the detective would spend days, perhaps weeks, analysing every detail of their experience and planning follow-up investigations that might deepen their understanding of what they had witnessed. As they approached Westminster Pier, the familiar glow of gas lamps created pools of warm light that seemed to welcome them back to the ordinary world of human activity and everyday concerns. Yet Watson knew that neither he nor Holmes would ever again be able to look at the Thames without remembering the magnificent intelligence that dwelt beneath its surface, watching, waiting, perhaps preparing for revelations that would change the course of human history. The fog began to lift slightly as they secured the boat and gathered their equipment, revealing glimpses of London's skyline that seemed both familiar and subtly transformed by their experience. They had ventured into the unknown and returned with evidence of wonders that challenged every assumption about humanity's place in the natural order. "What do we do now?" Watson asked as they prepared to return to the comfortable warmth of Baker Street and the familiar routine of their shared lodgings. Holmes paused in his packing, his grey eyes reflecting the distant glow of the street lamps as he considered their options. When he spoke, his voice carried the quiet confidence that had guided them through so many previous investigations. "Now we prepare for what comes next," he said simply. "Tonight was my first contact, Watson. The real work begins tomorrow." The journey back to Baker Street through the fog-lifted streets of London gave both men time to reflect on the extraordinary events of the evening. The familiar sounds of the city, the clip-clop of horse hooves on cobblestones, the distant voices of late-night pedestrians, the gentle hiss of gas lamps, all seemed somehow different after their encounter with intelligence that might predate human civilization by uncounted millennia. Watson found himself looking up at the windows they passed, wondering how many of London's residents were aware that ancient minds were stirring beneath the waters that flowed through their city's heart. The comfortable assumptions of Victorian society, the certainty that humanity represented the pinnacle of earthly intelligence, the belief that the natural world had been thoroughly catalogued and understood, all seemed suddenly fragile in the face of what they had witnessed. Holmes walked beside him in contemplative silence, the detective's analytical mind clearly working to process the implications of their discoveries while planning the investigations that would surely follow. Watson knew that his friend's approach to this mystery would be characteristically methodical, building understanding step by step through careful observation and logical analysis. When they finally reached their familiar lodgings, the warm glow of their sitting room seemed like a sanctuary from the profound mysteries they had encountered on the fog-shrouded Thames. Mrs. Hudson had left tea service ready for their return, and the familiar comfort of their domestic routine provided a reassuring anchor to the everyday world even as their thoughts remained focused on the extraordinary. Holmes moved immediately to his desk, where he began the careful process of organising the photographic plates and notes from their expedition. His movements were precise and methodical, the detective's trained mind already beginning the systematic analysis that would extract every possible insight from their encounter. Watson settled into his chair by the fire, grateful for the warmth and familiar surroundings while his mind continued to replay every detail of their remarkable experience. The creature's grace, its obvious intelligence, the way it had responded to his attempt at communication. All of these memories seemed both vivid and dreamlike, as if they belonged to some other realm of experience entirely. "Holmes," Watson said softly, "do you believe we witnessed something that will change everything? Not just our understanding of the natural world, but humanity's entire conception of its place in the order of things." The detective paused in his work, his hands still on the photographic materials while his grey eyes reflected the dancing flames in the fireplace. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of careful consideration mixed with the excitement of genuine discovery. "I believe, my dear Watson, that we have participated in a moment that will be remembered as marking a fundamental shift in human consciousness. We have encountered intelligence that exists outside the familiar categories of scientific classification, consciousness that operates according to principles we are only beginning to glimpse." Holmes returned to his organisational work, but Watson could see that his friend's thoughts remained focused on the broader implications of their discoveries. The detective's ability to see patterns and connections that others missed would be crucial in developing an understanding of what their encounter might mean for the future of human knowledge. "The creature's behaviour suggests not only individual intelligence but social awareness," Holmes continued, his voice taking on the measured cadence he used when working through complex analytical problems. Its careful approach, its obvious evaluation of our intentions, its willingness to engage in what appeared to be rudimentary communication, all of these factors suggest that we may be dealing with representatives of a civilization that has its own protocols for contact between species. The implications were staggering. Watson tried to imagine social structures and cultural patterns that had developed over periods of time that dwarfed human history, intelligence that might have observed the rise and fall of empires while remaining carefully hidden in domains that humanity had never suspected of harbouring conscious life. "If such a civilization exists," Watson said, "then our encounter tonight may have been as significant for them as it was for us. They have revealed themselves to human observation for the first time, taking the risk of making contact with a species whose intentions and capabilities are largely unknown to them." Holmes nodded, his sharp mind clearly engaged with the same line of reasoning. "Indeed, Watson, we may have witnessed an act of considerable courage on their part, a decision to step beyond the concealment that has protected them for centuries in order to establish some form of relationship with humanity." The weight of that responsibility settled over both men like a heavy blanket. They had become, quite by accident, ambassadors for their entire species in what might prove to be one of the most important relationships in human history. Their actions, their approach to future encounters, their ability to convey peaceful intent and genuine respect, all of these factors might influence the course of contact between humanity and intelligences whose existence had been unsuspected until this evening. Holmes completed his organisation of their materials and moved to join Watson by the fire, settling into his familiar chair with the comfortable ease of long habit. The detective's expression showed the satisfaction of someone who had successfully documented extraordinary phenomena mixed with the anticipation of someone who understood that their investigation had only just begun. "Tomorrow," Holmes said, reaching for his pipe with the slow deliberation that marked his periods of deepest concentration, "we will begin the process of analysing what we have learned and planning our next steps. Professor Blackwood's expertise will be invaluable in helping us understand the historical context of our encounter, while Captain Morrison's knowledge of the Thames will guide our future expeditions." Watson felt a thrill of excitement at the prospect of continued investigation. The evening's encounter had opened doorways to possibilities that challenged his understanding of the world, and he was eager to step through those doorways into whatever revelations might wait beyond. "Do you believe they will return?" Watson asked. "Will we have opportunities to deepen this initial contact?" Holmes drew slowly on his pipe, the tobacco glowing like a tiny star in the warm light of their sitting room. When he spoke, his voice carried the quiet confidence that had guided them through so many previous adventures. "I am certain of it, Watson. We have established peaceful contact, demonstrated our willingness to approach this relationship with respect and curiosity, rather than fear or aggression. They will return, and when they do, I believe we will find that tonight's encounter was merely the beginning of discoveries that will transform our understanding of life on Earth." The fire settled lower in the grate as the evening progressed toward night, casting warm shadows that danced across the familiar walls of their shared lodgings. Outside, London had settled into its nightly rhythm, the great city breathing slowly as it prepared for sleep, unaware that ancient mysteries had stirred beneath its waters, and that the future might hold revelations beyond the scope of human imagination. Watson found himself looking forward to sleep, eager to see what dreams might come to process the extraordinary experiences of the evening. Yet he was equally anticipatory about the dawn that would bring new opportunities for investigation and understanding, new chances to explore the boundaries between the known and unknown that had been revealed beside the fog-shrouded Thames. Holmes continued to smoke his pipe in contemplative silence, his sharp mind clearly engaged with plans and possibilities that would guide their future investigations. The detective's ability to extract maximum insight from limited evidence would be crucial in developing their understanding of what they had encountered and what it might mean for the future of human knowledge. As the clock in the hallway chimed midnight, both men found their thoughts turning toward rest and the dreams that might help them process the profound experiences they had shared. They had ventured into the unknown and returned with evidence of wonders that challenged every comfortable assumption about humanity's place in the natural order. The fog had lifted completely by now, revealing London's familiar skyline through their sitting-room windows. Yet somehow the city seemed changed by what they had experienced, transformed by the knowledge that ancient intelligences dwelt beneath its waters, watching, waiting, perhaps preparing for revelations that would reshape the future of both species. Watson rose from his chair and moved to the window, gazing out at the gas-lit streets where ordinary life continued its familiar patterns, while extraordinary mysteries stirred just beyond the edges of perception. The Thames flowed on toward the sea, carrying with it secrets that were only beginning to be revealed, promises of discoveries that might transform human understanding of life itself. "Holmes," Watson said softly, "I find myself thinking that we may have participated tonight in one of the most important moments in human history, the beginning of contact with intelligence that has remained hidden since before the foundations of civilization were laid." The detective joined his friend at the window, the two of them standing side by side as they had so many times before, contemplating mysteries that lay at the very foundations of human understanding. The street below was quiet in the late-night stillness, with only occasional pedestrians hurrying past toward the warmth and safety of home. "Indeed, Watson," Holmes replied, his voice carrying the quiet satisfaction of someone who had successfully navigated uncharted territory. "We have opened a door that can never be closed again, initiated a relationship that may prove to be among the most significant in the history of either species." The prospect filled Watson with a mixture of excitement and profound responsibility. They had become, quite by chance, the first human beings to establish contact with intelligence that might predate their own species by vast periods of time. The future would bring challenges and opportunities that neither man could fully anticipate, but Watson was confident that their approach, based on respect, curiosity, and genuine desire for understanding, would serve them well in whatever revelations lay ahead. As they prepared to retire for the evening, both men found their thoughts turning toward the peaceful waters of sleep and the dreams that might help them integrate the extraordinary experiences they had shared. They had ventured beyond the comfortable boundaries of Victorian scientific understanding and returned with evidence of wonders that challenged every assumption about the nature of intelligence and consciousness on Earth. The Thames flowed on through the heart of London, carrying ancient secrets toward the sea, while new possibilities for understanding and communication stirred in its hidden depths. Somewhere beneath those dark waters, magnificent intelligences were perhaps contemplating their own first encounter with humanity, making their own plans for the future of a relationship that had begun with careful curiosity and mutual respect. Watson settled into the comfort of his bed with a sense of completion that reminded him of the satisfaction that followed successful medical procedures or well-conducted military campaigns. They had achieved something significant, accomplished something that would be remembered long after they themselves had passed from the world. The future would bring new challenges and revelations, but tonight they could rest in the knowledge that they had taken the first crucial steps toward understanding mysteries that had waited centuries to be revealed. Holmes remained at his desk for several minutes longer, making final notes about the evening's discoveries and sketching preliminary plans for future investigations. The detective's methodical approach to extraordinary phenomena would be crucial in developing their understanding of what they had encountered and what it might mean for the future of human knowledge. As London settled into the deep quiet of late night, both men found themselves drifting towards sleep, with minds full of possibilities and dreams touched by wonder. They had encountered intelligence that existed beyond the familiar categories of scientific understanding, consciousness that operated according to principles they were only beginning to glimpse. The fog had lifted completely now, revealing the stars that sparkled above the great city like distant promises of discoveries yet to be made. Somewhere in those celestial depths, other intelligences might be watching, waiting, preparing for revelations that would connect Earth to the larger community of conscious beings that might inhabit the cosmos. Watson's last conscious thoughts were of the magnificent creature they had encountered, its grace and obvious intelligence, the way it had responded to his simple gesture of greeting with what had seemed like recognition and peaceful acknowledgement. They had established contact across one of the greatest gulfs imaginable, the evolutionary distance between species that had developed along completely different pathways toward consciousness and understanding. Holmes fell asleep at his desk, his head resting on his arms while his hands remained near the photographic plates that documented their extraordinary encounter. The detective's dreams were filled with patterns and connections, analytical frameworks that might help him understand the implications of what they had witnessed and what it might mean for the future of human civilization. Outside their windows, London breathed slowly in its sleep, the great city unaware that ancient mysteries had stirred beneath its waters, and that the future might hold revelations beyond the scope of human imagination. The Thames flowed on toward the sea, carrying secrets that were only beginning to be revealed, promises of understanding that might transform the relationship between humanity and the natural world. The stars wheeled overhead in their ancient patterns, marking the passage of time while consciousness explored new boundaries of possibility and understanding. In the depths below and the heights above, intelligence stirred and prepared for revelations that would connect all conscious beings in webs of relationship and understanding that stretched beyond the imagination of any single species. And in the comfortable warmth of their Baker Street lodgings, two friends rested in the satisfaction of having taken the first steps toward discoveries that would be remembered long after the fog-shrouded evening that had brought them face to face with wonders beyond the scope of ordinary human experience. They had ventured into the unknown, and returned with evidence of intelligence that challenged every assumption about consciousness and its many forms throughout the cosmos. The night settled deeper over London, bringing dreams touched by mystery and promise, while ancient intelligences stirred in hidden depths and prepared for revelations that would transform the understanding of all conscious beings fortunate enough to participate in the great adventure of existence itself. That's our story tonight. Are you drifting off in the quiet rain of Melbourne, beneath the glowing skyline of Dubai, the candlelit stillness of Prague, or the breeze-kissed coast of Havana? If this tale brought you calm, like the episode, and subscribe for more nights like this. Let the silence hold you. Let your dreams wander. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.